And there it is. Here it is. Roll up, everybody gather, come and join. One man went to mow. Here it is. It starts all over again. It never really stops, does it? But it does start again. It starts, stops, but then it doesn't really stop. So I don't stop. Do you stop? Don't stop till you get enough, as the song goes. Gather, come spend that however long the session lasts. One man went to mow. The eagle has landed.
Water, 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 water. Water, only water. Water, only water. Where they see ma. Water, 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 water. Only water. Where they see ma. Hapa o naido. Hapa you don't come o. Hapa o naido. Oro kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù yé o. Ilé sọ́díyà kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Bobby master kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Chief Wáìlà tí kẹ̀kẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù ré o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹlẹ́mù dé. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ ẹgbẹ́ ẹlẹ́mù dòdò jàre o. Eruku lẹ̀lẹ̀ Ghana ti dé ẹgbẹ́ bọ́dì o. Ọmọ ẹlẹ́yẹ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Odúyẹ̀lá ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrol sọ́dọ̀mẹ̀ ẹ̀yẹ o ó dilé o. Petrol sódùkẹ́ ẹ̀yẹ rẹ̀ ó dilé o. Ẹlẹ́kọ̀ọ́ ọ̀run mú ìní o. Àkùkọ ọ̀run mẹ́kọ̀. Ikú kò ní ríwà gbéṣe o.
And there it is, Iku Koneru Agbeche, the Kai Guides. I've introduced that so often enough for you to know what it means. Our death not to have anything to do with us or not to visit our doorsteps. So Iku Koneru Agbeche, bear with me. Iku Koneru Agbeche, as guys, I bring you this. What I will do if I am elected. So Tinubu now starting to flesh out his manifesto. He now just charging ahead in that thrust towards the foremost seat in Nigeria. So he fleshes out his battle plan. What I will do if elected president, a headline attributed to the Jagaban of GBT. So from the Jagaban of GBT to the Ogwefi, to the Igwe of Baraos, Babangida exposes how Abacha deceived politicians to get into power. So a lot is just really Buhari's narrative, Babangida's rather narrative now, because the right to reply is no longer available to Abacha. But then, of course, whoever knows him more than Babangida, please stand up. So he knows this guy in toto, and he now speaks to that knowledge. Babangida exposes how Abacha deceived politicians to get into power. So quite what that expose is, we find out just in the soon next off. So that clamor and that echoing of marginalization just to the mantra of the Southeast, is it predicated on truth though? Consider this. People in the Southeast Nigeria paid highest price for petrol in December. This is a report. So this is now successive months, because I recall we've done this similar headline just a month or two ago. So month after month now, the highest petrol price being vested upon the southeastern space by the Abokis from the north. People in the southeast Nigeria paid highest price for petrol in December. So quite why that should be, you don't know, because it's not a commercial hub and it is not a distant to reach place. So those are the two reasons why they would have high petrol cost in the southeast. Those legitimate reasons. If it's a commercial hub like let's say Lagos, when there's plenty of money, then you say the price hike is to reflect, the wealth of that space. So it's a middle income region of Nigeria at best. And if it was a difficult to reach place, you would say it is the difficulty to reach it that explains the price. But at the southeast, it's not difficult to reach. So quite what underpins this are people in the southeast Nigeria paid highest price for petrol in December. So quite what explanation there is for that, we'll find out just shortly. Last thing political elites want is another Buhari in 2023. So this is the presidency now speaking. So that could go either way, either for or against. But if it's coming from the presidency, almost certainly for. But then how is this headline explained? Last thing political elites want is another Buhari in 2023, a headline attributed to the presidency. So quite what is in play there, we find out just shortly. Uh, we find this out shortly as well. INEC response to Tinubu's claim says permanent voters card still valid. So it looks as though now Tinubu making the headline for allegedly spending FUDs regarding the voters card, to the point that INEC had to respond. We land on this story. We covered this earlier in the afternoon session, where we went through how the courts had declared Python dance illegal and awarded Nnamdi Kanu compensation of ₦1 billion to be paid by the Nigerian army. So the Nigerian army now responds to that court judgment. So this Nnamdi Kanu, we will respond after studying ₦1 billion compensation judgment, Nigerian army. So what quite is that? Is it just ambiguity, just a placeholder, or what is it? We'll find out shortly. So plenty to go through. So kick back, lean back, take it easy as we come in now via the traditional quarters, the eastern quarters, and another Python dance.
Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unapoli Mary Nnamdi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unapoli Mary Nnamdi bu onye du aimo. O Mary woni nizu biro ya Abakare. Mamanda ora, Unapuri Mary Nnamdi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unapuri Mary Nnamdi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unapuri Mary Nnamdi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unapoli Mary Nnamdi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unapoli Mary Nnamdi win the war. Python dance 1, Python dance 2, now Python dance 3. Unapoli Mary Nnamdi.
So there it is, and there it was. Python dance, Nnamdi wins the war. So Python dance, Nnamdi wins the war. As guys, I bring you this. What I will do if elected president, Tinubu makes the headline. One of the presidential aspirants under the All Progressive Congress, Bola Tinubu, has stated one of the things he would do if elected president in 2023. Tinubu has said that his administration will pay the West African Senior School Certificate examinations for Nigerian students, no matter their background. He said this whilst addressing some women chieftains of the APC in a video published online. He said, "Your children's West African examination fees would be paid by us, so that no one, no matter how poor, would be left behind." So let's just pause there for a moment because that's an Awoist sort of agenda there. So that then sets an Awo tonality to how this guy wants to proceed. So we continue. The former governor of Lagos State also stated his intention to stabilize the country, adding that he was in the race to break the shackles of poverty in the country. Tinubu also advised the women to remain in the APC and support it, stating that it is a progressing party. The symbol of our party is a broom. The symbol of my cap is breaking shackles. You break the shackles of ignorance, poverty, and many things. We need stability in the country. We need peace, and the stoppage of banditry is extremely important because women are the vulnerable victims of banditry violence and instability. Without peace and stability, we cannot build a nation as rapidly as we want, Tinubu stated. So there it is. His first policy position is essentially free education. So he anchors it then on an Awoist narrative. So from an Awoist narrative back to the Abokis, Babangida exposes how Abacha deceived politicians to get into power. Ibrahim, pardon me, Ibrahim Gbadamosi Babangida, a former military head of state, has said that General Sani Abacha, who ruled Nigeria from 1993 until his death in 1998, deceived politicians to get into power after denying Moshood Abiola presidency. Recall that correspondents recall that on the 17th of November 1993, Abacha, being the Minister of Defense and most senior official within the military hierarchy, forced interim President Ernest Shoneka to hand over power. Babangida, 80, described late Abacha as his very good friend. Speaking about the annulled 1993 election and the aftermath in a recent interview with Trust TV, Babangida said Abacha's government was very smart. They knew who were the most vociferous discussants about the election, about the coup, about June 12, and so on. They started talking to them and sold a dummy to them and encouraged them to get rid of the interim government. When we get rid of the interim government, pardon me, when we get rid of the interim government, we will bring you back to come and take over your democracy so that a civilian government will be installed. They sold that dummy to the public and some prominent persons within society. And when Abacha stepped in, there were drummings and sighs. Good thing. Next thing is going to be a democratically elected government. We knew that it wouldn't be because the argument was, why should I risk my life only to come and hand over power to you? That was what happened. Abacha, who died in 1998, was dubbed a kleptocrat and a dictator by several commentators. So there is Buhari rewriting history essentially, and this is always the case, of course. A military coup never takes place uh, within Nigeria without the civilians being complicit in it. And those civilians always are essentially Yoruba people because they are the most easily deceived when you dangle power and money in front of them. And of course, very quickly, their bookies pulled the rug. Abacha did it. Buhari has done it to Tinubu now. Afanja did it. So it's just the story of our relationship with the North. They dangle, you fall, you yield, and then they swipe you off your feet. People in the southeast Nigeria paid highest price for petrol in December, report. The National Bureau of Statistics, NBS, says people living in the southeast paid the highest average price for petrol in December 2021. The NBS, in its premium motor spirit petrol price watch for December 2021, released on its website, said the highest average price was recorded in the southeast at 167 naira 38 kobo, whilst the southwest had the least average price at 164 naira 87 kobo. In December, the average price paid by consumers for petrol increased by 0.04% on a year-on-year basis to 165.77 in December 2021 when compared to the value of 165.70 in December 2020, the MBS report stated. It added that the value decreased on a month-on-month basis to 165.77 in December 2021 to 165.77 in December 2021 from 167.60, showing a decrease of minus 1.09% when compared to the value recorded in November 2021. States with the highest average price of petrol were Ebonyi, 170 naira 43 kobo, Kogi, 168 naira 92 kobo, Jigawa, 168 naira 80 kobo, the NBS further noted. It added that states with the lowest average petrol price were Kano, Ogun State, and Zamfara. Meanwhile, the average retail price of diesel paid by consumers increased by 28.97% on a year-on-year basis from 224 naira 37 kobo per litre in November to 289 naira 37 kobo per litre in December. It mentioned that on a month-on-month basis, an increase of 4.15% was recorded in November to December. Looking at the variations in the state prices, the top three states with the highest average price for petrol in December are Enugu, Borno, and Oyo. It stated. Furthermore, the top three lowest are Aboki states, northern states, Katsina, where they pay nothing, Yobe, where they pay nothing, and Kebbi, where they pay nothing. The report added that the zonal representation of the average, so it tails off. So essentially, they're sweating the Easterners with the petrol price. Last thing political elites want is another Buhari in 2023, a headline attributed to the presidency. The presidency says despite President Mohamed Buhari's achievements, political elites are yearning to return to the old social order of embezzlement of public funds by some political elites, and the last thing they want is another Buhari. The last thing they want is another Buhari, claimed Garba Shehu, the president's media aide, stated in a statement on Wednesday in Abuja. Mr. Buhari and Vice President Yemi Osinbajo will complete 8 years in office by May 2023. The latter is being promoted by his supporters as a credible successor. His political benefactor, Bola Tinubu, had also declared his intention to replace the incumbent president in 2023. So many of the political elites of this country cannot wait for the president's second term in office to end, he explained. He further claimed that the selfish elites yearn for a return to the good old days of helping themselves to public funds with abandon. The easy export of ill-gotten money from the easy export of ill-gotten money to foreign bank accounts, of acting without responsibility, accountability, or censor. According to him, the politicians are eager to return to good old days of easy. Okay, it goes on to repeat that. Even though Mr. Buhari will leave office next year, his legacy is strong and particularly tough to dismantle, his media aide asserted. These, Mr. Buhari's legacies, are the successful repatriation of stolen funds from decades of export abroad and its use to fund social, unemployment, and welfare programs for the poorest, reforms that have taken the steam out of century long ethnic and tribal disputes, such as farmer herder clashes, long used to stoke ethnic and regional tension by venal politicians for political advantage. Also included in the so called Buhari legacy is the protection of millions through an effective vaccine rollout program. These are just a tiny handful of the achievements of the president, but perhaps his greatest achievement is to break the belief that presidents of Nigeria take the office and use it to enrich themselves and their accessories at the public's expense, stated the aide. That wicked spell is broken for good, and it has offended politicians everywhere. And so say all of us. We forget names like Maman Daura and Abubakar Malami and all of those names, including yourself, Garba Shehu, who are just parking dollars out of central bank like they have there was time limit on the currency. So now to this, breaking INEC response to Tinubu's claim says our permanent voters card still valid. The Independent National Electoral Commission has responded to a claim by national leader of the All Progressive Congress, Bola Tinubu, that permanent voters cards had expired. Tinubu had made the claim whilst addressing women leaders of APC who paid him a visit in Abuja on Tuesday. The former governor of Lagos State also decried that there had been a decline in the number of eligible voters in recent times. Reacting, Chief Technical Advisor to the chairman of INEC, Professor Bolade Enyinla, stated that PVCs previously registered remained valid. He advised those who already have PVCs not to bother about registering for another one. He said, this information is not correct. The PVC issued to all previously registered voters remain valid. This kind of statement will certainly push eligible voters to register more than once, thereby creating the problem of double or multiple registrations. Corroborating Enyinla's point, Chief Press Secretary to the INEC chairman, Mr. Rotimi Oyekami, pointed out that registering for PVC more than once was an offense under the law. He said, in fact, double registration is an offense under our laws. Eligible Nigerians are entitled to register only once. Once a name appears on the National Register of Voters, it stays there permanently. One of the very few instances where a name could be removed from the register is if there is a strong and verifiable proof that the person bearing the name is dead. So there you have it. Tinubu spreading. Let me actually check what this means. I use that term a lot. So Tinubu spreading false information as ever. So this is it. It's just I'm not quite sure. This guy is already exposing himself somewhat. It's fear and uncertainty is here, so that's what that means. It's spreading fear and uncertainty. This is what Tinubu is doing. So fear and uncertainty will land finally on this last talking point. Nnamdi Kanu, we will respond after studying 1 billion naira compensation judgment, Nigerian army. So let me just take a swig of water before we get into this one. Pardon me, I'm a bushman. Apologies for that. So, yes, Nnamdi Kanu will respond after studying 1 billion naira compensation judgment Nigerian army. Counsel to the Nigerian army, Amos Tony, on Wednesday said the military will respond to a court order directing it to compensate leader of the indigenous people of Biafra, Nnamdi Kanu, with 1 billion naira for violating his fundamental human rights. Tony said the army would react accordingly after studying the judgment by Justice Benson Anya of ABIA High Court, Umahia. The court gave the judgment on Wednesday after condemning the military invasion of Kanu's house in September 2017 during Operation Python Dance 2. The court also ordered the army and the Nigerian government to apologize to Kanu in 3 national dailies for the infringement of his pardon me. The court also ordered the army and the Nigerian government to apologize to Kanu in 3 national dailies for the infringement of his fundamental human rights. Justice Anya gave the order whilst delivering judgment on the suit filed by Kanu against the government, the army, and 6 others for allegedly violating his fundamental human rights. Tony, in his reaction, said that he was waiting for a copy of the judgment, which he would transmit to his client to study and determine the next line of action. However, counsel to Kanu, Aloy Ejewako, whilst hailing the judgment, said the ruling had proved that his client did not jump bail but only escaped out of Nigeria over threats to his life. He said the judgment means that the bench warrant against Kanu in Abuja has to be vacated. On the court, so take note of that, by the way, because there was a bench warrant by Justice Binta Inyako against Nnamdi Kanu that he should be arrested because he jumped bail. So what this judgment, according to Ejimeko, what this judgment now means is that Nnamdi Kanu did not in fact jump bail, but escaped for his life. So escaping for his life then invalidates that court judgment, because that court judgment, you cannot presume that you stay to have your life taken just to fulfill the terms of a bail. So he said that the judgment means the bench warrant against Kanu in Abuja court has to be vacated on the court's failure to abdicate on the court's failure to abdicate on the issue of Kanu's rendition for lack of jurisdiction. Ejimako said the legal team would consider other options after carefully studying the judgment. Meanwhile, chairman of Conference of Nigeria Political Parties, Ikenga, urged President Muhammad Buhari to heed the advice of the court, Igbo leaders, and other eminent Nigerians to embrace dialogue and political solution in Kanu's matter. He called for the immediate release of the IPOB leader, arguing that if government could grant amnesty to bandits, it should not be reluctant to do the same for a freedom fighter. Reacting to the development, leader of the movement for the sovereign state of Biafra, Mr. Uche Namadu, applauded the judgment but said it looked like it had a dictation of power from above as Kanu's prayers were turned down. He also he said no amount of intimidation or persecution would suppress the agitation for Biafra. So the final note of defiance which is the traditional sign-off of the Eastern Quarter. So let me just bring you this last story. I think I may well have advertised it. So rail service in Lagos. Lagos acquires 2 trains for Red Line Rail project. Lagos has become the proud owner of 2 new 10-car speed train for its Red Line rail project. The trains run at 330 kilometers per hour. Governor Babangida Sanwo-Olu completed the acquisition deal with Talgo Incorporated in Milwaukee, United States of America yesterday. He was accompanied by the Commissioner for Transportation, Frederick Oladende, Special Advisor on Works, Mrs. Aramide Adeyoye, and Managing Director of Lagos Metropolitan Area Transport Authority, Lamata, Abimbola Akin Najo. The governor said the government is excited to complete the purchase of the new trains. So, trains without train lines, but only in Nigeria, of course, trains without train lines. That wouldn't happen anywhere else, but Nigeria, that is just the way we do things. Jake, I see you. Sodi, I see you. And the original gangster or whatever DOJ. What does DOJ stand for? What sort of funkiness are you trying to put forward? DOJ, what is the DOJ all about?
What you said, woman?
No, it's DOG that I'm referencing. I'm inviting him to explain this funky name that he's traveling under.
It's coded. It is coded, woman.
What do you mean? Don't be what do you mean coded? Coded
It
what?
is coded.
Is the original gangster B? And
No,
I see
no,
you are using chess pieces as your avatar. What is wrong with this? What is wrong with this guy? What is wrong? You have issues. You have suspect. You have issues. You know. I'm going to nail you down one of these days. Hopping from hotel to hotel. Who knows where he doesn't even know where he is from. He's a man on the run from hotel to another. Who are you running from? What are you running from?
I'm not running from anybody, woman.
Look at this guy.
I'm just a man on the move.
A man on the move or a man on the run.
If I tell you where I am right now, you won't believe.
I'm in
Genzi. I'm in Genzi now.
Okay. Are you some sort of a contractor? You're a contractor, aren't you?
Yeah, that kind of thing. Yeah.
Can I go first, woman?
Huh? Oh, okay. You go first then, Charlie boy. If you because I know you wouldn't let me rest if I don't let you. So to you then, your okay. So Tinubu comes up with his essentially introductions of his campaign material, his manifesto, free education for all. So we've heard that echo before. But what are you making then of Tinubu's moves to placate the Nigerian space?
In my opinion, it's hard talk, no action. They're all parties do that. Every party do their talk. They have a good picture toward the people. When they go in power, all the talk is useless. That's what Nigeria government, that's what party they do. They go and they pretend. They pretend to be a normal person in the market. But when they go to office, they use the people. That's what all parties do. You see them when actually start, they just pretend go in the market, just pretending to be a normal person. But when you go into the office, these people you vote for, they don't care. They
become abnormal, Abi.
Yeah. I think they just use for political power. I think my opinion, Tinubu, my opinion, is my opinion. I think they need to sit down and lay another person because I saw a picture of him, of Tinubu, and this guy is not strong to be president. He's weak. I saw a picture of him.
It's not bricklaying now. It's not a weightlifting job, you know. It's not going there to run athletics. It doesn't have to be physically peaked out. It doesn't have to be buff. What are you talking about?
No. I mean, I saw. If you look at his face, you could tell he's not.
He doesn't have big muscles, Abi. You want him to have big muscles? He's not. He's not Arnold Schwarzenegger.
No, that's why. That's why I think the issue with Nigeria is that people don't realize Nigeria stop taking people who are not healthy and not sick. Sick people are not good for Nigeria because you don't pick someone that can disgrace you. Like, that's a good example. Validity disgrace Nigeria. I feel a lot of presidents are making fun of BUHARI when he speak. they're using like juju because when he speak, he doesn't speak clear. We need a president who could speak clear, who's bold, who a president who's not acting, who could.
You think Tinubu is not bold?
But
Do you know who he is?
I know Tinubu, but have Tinubu ever visited other regions in Nigeria?
He has.
What region has he visited? Has he visited IGBOLAND?
Of course.
Tinubu is a good guy, but it's just that I'm more of his health. I'm more that he's the type of guy who can go abroad for his health. On Nigeria tax money, it's going to be on him to be healthy. We don't want that.
You don't want him to be
a good guy. You said Tinubu is a good guy. Why?
No, I say Tinubu to Nigerian people who
is he not a good guy? Why are you have views to the contrary? What has he done to you?
No. I think Tinubu.
Me?
No, it's solid that is trying to push you as though is he not a good guy?
No. I think I'll answer.
Well,
I think
I'll say mine when it's my turn.
No, so I think Tinubu is a good guy for Nigeria who are deceived, who don't want to hear the truth. He's a good guy for them because they'd be easily tricked. For me, I'll not be deceived. People cannot pay me money, I'll never be deceived. Never. Even if they pay me $1 million, I'll still never be deceived. I just pretend to like them, but not be deceived. Never.
$1 million is no money, but what if they paid you $1 billion?
If they give me $1 billion to lie, I'll never be deceived. I'll say the truth. I'll fight for
What if
they
gave you $1 billion? Would you be deceived for $1 billion?
Because this
think how many sweets you can buy with $1 billion.
No, that's what I see.
Jake is stuttering.
I know. I think no.
Carry on, Charlie boy.
The issue that.
Oh, sorry, Charles. Yeah, carry on. Yeah.
I think that's why I believe. I think the reason why West African people are suffering is there because they're suffering from slavery, all the stuff that happened to them, and I think the reason slavery happened is blame the politician. They caused the issue. I think West African people sold their people off, and that's what we still suffer to this day. We're still being enslaved to this day by some way. I thought slavery would teach the West African people a lesson to help the people more, but I haven't teach them a lesson. We're still taking like backwards. We should like if someone we should like teach our people to be better. We don't. That's the reason why West Africa is the least developed place. I think in Africa, I believe so. I think West Africa is the least. I think West Africa is so backward compared to other African countries. Because other African countries realize and thinking, okay, like one good example. One realize one have genocide, but one realize that genocide was bad.
They realized that genocide was bad. They did not know that before. Did they not know it before to realize it? Did they think it was good before? Then they realized.
No, I think Rwanda is realized genocide. I think Rwanda realized genocide. Rwanda eventually learned from the mistakes. And America learned from the mistakes. But Nigeria have not learned from the mistakes.
All right, Charles. Let me take you to the east, Charles, and this now heavy petrol price that they are paying in the southeast. So the southeast is paying, because I think we've done this story about twice now. So this seems to be consistent. They seem to be having the highest petrol price in the southeast, and there is no reason to justify that. So what do you think underpins that the petrol price is so high in the southeast?
I think it's because Nigeria government. I think Nigeria government likes to do that to deprive people. I think like they just do enough to deprive the region. It's not fair. They want to take the oil from the Delta, just deprive me. I think it's not fair. Nigeria, and it won't be fair. Don't be. I know if you don't like the people, don't show it in public. You don't like them. Do it privately.
Oh, all right. Oh, okay. Thank you, Charles. So, Charles, let me go on to Solly and sample his opinions because some of these talking points, I'm not sure if they will be of any particular interest to you. So, let me go on to Solly and sample his opinions. So, Sally, what I would do if elected president, Tinubu essentially fleshing out his manifesto, and it's essentially saying that he's going to pay for the West African certificate, WAEC, of everybody in Nigeria, every eligible person that sits an exam, they will be covered. So these are echoes of things that we've heard in the past, the Awolowo template. So what are you making then of this promise by the Jagaban of GBT?
Well, from me, I'll speak from experience. Okay. When I was younger, when Tinubu wanted to come into power in Lagos, he did an advertisement talking about he's going to put railway, he's going to put train, he's going to put high-speed trains and everything, transportation all over Lagos. He said it. Okay. If I could vote that time, I would have voted for him. This guy came in, spent 4 years, didn't do it. His second term again. This time he made 3D videos. He said where he was going to put everything. He put the videos, made campaign of the same promises, and he still didn't do it again. And the second time he lied, I would have voted for him again if I could vote. You know, one thing I know about Tinubu, he knows how to look for an interesting area that will trigger you, and he can promise you something from that, and you can
So
hold on
sorry,
to
why
that
why did
lie
why did
till
you
he
call
comes
that a
into power.
lie? Why did you call that a lie? That a promise to
I
build.
believe this is what I believe, that it is a lie, because this is why I'm talking about my history, what I've known while I was living in Lagos when he came into power twice.
Oh,
He
okay.
was
Let me prove.
always
Let me prove to you that it's not a lie. He promised you the
yes, yes,
rail
yes, but
service and
I haven't finished.
the
I haven't
trains have
finished.
just. Oh, okay. Carry on.
Yes, I haven't finished. But one thing I know about him, in the long run,
Hmm.
he eventually does some things that will last a very long time. So basically, he's somebody in power. He's not really the best man for the job, but he's a man who can do some job. He's not the kind of person that accepts failure. He wants to try and sweep it under the rug and glorify his progresses. I'm not saying he doesn't do things. He does very good things that last a very long time, that have a very huge impact, you know. But he does it, his way of doing these things are very, how do I put it? It's not about how you get there, as long as you get there, kind of.
All right, but do you see echoes of Awolowo in that promise that he has come out with to
Yes,
free education?
I believe that he may promise that he will do it all over Nigeria, but he will just do it in some part. And it is something that is very needed. I've been shouting it on this channel.
Because
Education, education, education.
it's not something that is especially expensive. The country can afford it.
Yes.
You know
And
because
if he does it, even if it is just 20%, even if it's just 30%, he will change that country. He will really change that country for a long
Was it
time.
not 2 days ago? Were you here 2 days ago when we were discussing the same thing? And I was saying then that the way to rescue the country is to educate the North, you
No,
know,
I don't think that.
and to
Okay,
have
yes, I was there. I
a
was there.
minimum base level of school SAT,
Yes,
you know, so
yes.
they have to be educated. So this is the thing now. So you see, yeah, that's it now. When I'm talking, you think I'm
Even
talking
if
shit. Eh?
just a tiny percentage of education in that country can really, really change for a better. It can make Nigeria one Nigeria work.
Mm,
Education is very, and communication between everyone,
mm,
and transportation.
mm. And everything. All right. All right. Thank you. Let me take you to this then. Babangida exposes Abacha, how he deceived politicians. So it's the same template, isn't it? They dangle a little bit of money and a little bit of power in front of the
Yeah.
politicians, and immediately they are salivating at the mouth. But then, of course, the military, especially, noted for treachery. And so Abacha tells you that you go and take power and give it to you, and you be the dumbass that you are. You are saying, go on then. So what are you making then of this expose by
Well,
Babangida?
if the system works, why change it? It has been working for years, you know. Unfortunately, it's still working. And the problem is education. You know, you remove history from schools, people are getting less and less educated. Look at our politics. Look at them, just so bad. So
You're
of course,
fading a
those
little bit. Yeah.
hello,
Yeah,
hello,
that's better. Yeah, that's
yes.
better.
So you know, look at our politicians. Look at their education level. Yes, these people are not like these people are not fighting for power. You know, so it's very sad, very very sad. But
Oh,
at the
oh,
end of the day, education is still key.
I don't know, but your system seems to be dipping in and out. You are in the Netherlands, so there's no excuse for that. Um, People in the southeast paid the highest price for petrol in December. So we did this same narrative, I think 2 months ago, thereabout. So there's some
Yes.
consistency to it. But the reason why is what puzzles me somewhat because they are not, it's not the richest part of the country, so you wouldn't say it's because of the wealth in the space, and it is not a difficult place to get to, so you wouldn't say it's the difficulty to get petrol to them. So what do you think underpins then this thing of the southeast having the highest petrol price in Nigeria consistently?
Who sets the petrol price in that area? Is it the government,
I think the
land government?
government sets it, and then the
Then that will
privateers.
explain a lot.
Yeah.
It's just a little more punishment in the eastern part of, you know, something they do from time to time. They are trying to always financially cripple them, you know, since they can't go there guns blazing, you know, they can do this punishment. You know, there are those kind of people where once in a while they come to explain. Anytime they remember what you did, you know, they don't let things go.
Oh, oh,
So it's
oh,
just a
oh, oh,
punishment.
oh, all right. So, so this is Gabachew speaking. Last thing political elites want is another Buhari in 2023. So he is arguing that Buhari came to clean the Uji stable, or however they say that term, and now Buhari would leave for them to carry on the looting. But a lot of people are off the argument that this singularly has been the most corrupt administration that the country has ever experienced. So he is now trying to brand and burnish Buhari as a something of good to the Nigerian space. So what are you making of Gaba Shehu's double dodge?
He's trying to paint Buhari as good. I don't know where it's from. I this is if that's so, this is one of the hypocrisy we talk about, you know, the north.
What is saying essentially is that Buhari came in to block all of the loopholes of corruption, and this
Ah,
held the political elites in chain in some form. So now, when Buhari leaves, the corruption and embezzlement will be unleashed again, and it will be a free for all for the Nigerian space. So he essentially trying to present Buhari as an anti-corruption champion. So is it a
well,
narrative that you recognize given what we have experienced in the last
well,
6, 7 years?
from that, I believe maybe he's looking for favor from the president. Probably he wants something, you know, so he's trying to grab attention, wants a favor, or he just wants something from, you know, one of the heads, maybe, you know, people that support Buhari, you know, and he's trying to show his support, and that's basically the way he feels. Yeah. You know. So obviously he knows what he's saying is not true because he's a human being and he has common sense and brain and eyes, but he wants to just paint that narrative out because he's someone that has influence and a bit of power.
Oh, all right. Your system is very bad. We struggle to make out your words, but let me take you to one last. Pardon me. Let me take you to one last talking point. And I'll take you to the southeast. So I'm not sure. You should be aware that Nnamdi Kanu got a judgment earlier today of 1 billion naira compensation from a high court in Abia State, stating essentially that that Python dance that they carried out in his house in September 2017 was an illegal act. So the Nigerian army now that have been now directed to pay him 1 billion naira compensation, they've now come out into the space to say that they are going to study the judgment and then formulate their response. So what are you making first of that judgment, and secondly of the Nigerian army's response?
Well, the Nigerian army is very, that's the problem. You know, they've
No,
come out many times and
we
just
can't
told
make you out.
dubious lies and came out again and told the truth. So probably they are just going back to look for what lie they can formulate best, because that's usually the objective. And they see it doesn't work, then most probably they just have to pick it.
All right, thank you, Solly. We can barely make you out. It's just that's just it. Maybe when you reposition, but as you recalibrate, let's go on to DOG, who is on the run and he has now escaped to Jersey. So as you continue to run, DOG run into this Nigerian army looking to respond to the judgment from Abia State to say that they have to pay Nnamdi. So what the judge is actually saying is the Python dance was illegal and unconstitutional for least reason that they did not even have a warrant to carry it out. He agreed that Nnamdi Kanu's fundamental human rights were breached, and he then directed a 1 billion naira compensation. He also directed three national publications apology from both the Nigerian army and the Nigerian government. The Nigerian army, of course, they are never going to follow suit, but they come out now with a response, which is essentially a placeholder to say that they are going to study the judgment. So the judgment and their response, DOG.
Yeah, the government of the day now that we have in Nigeria are no respecter of any judgment so far that we've seen. Sunday Igboho got something similar too. Nobody was paying attention to it. They don't care. So the army, they are answering to some people. So is they are waiting for those people to tell them what next to do. So obviously they know they won't pay the guy any money, and that's why they've added more counts to his offense now. So it's just gonna keep dragging and dragging. They are not gonna pay that guy any money. The only way that guy can get compensated is if he's still there, or he get lucky they release him, or he's still there and we have a sensible president elected, they might compensate them and release them if they are not still there, even up to election. Because if we look at this case, yesterday we are still saying the trial has not even started. So it doesn't look like the trial, even if the trial will start, it will last more than a year. So Nnamdi Kanu, I think, is a gunman until after the election, to be honest.
Do you think it could be gone for good? Do you think they could come up with a judgment within this administration to end him?
100%. Veto power. They have the power. They don't listen to anybody. There are several judgments, even from early days of Igboho, from the attack on his house and all that. They were not paying attention to it. It's as if the law doesn't affect the government. It is when it favors them, it is there. Then they play along. Once it doesn't favor them, they don't do as if they even heard that anything happened. So, 100%. I think all these judgments for now are just jokes.
Oh, all right. Oh, okay. To jokes. Is this a joke? If I am, what I would do if I'm elected, Tinubu speaking to the politics of the 2023 Asorok seat, and he essentially promising that every single YX sat in Nigeria will be paid for by the government if he's elected. So, what are you making of that as a policy? Do you agree with it? Do you see echoes of Awolowo in that pronouncement? And what are you making of his march now towards that seat at DOG?
I think I saw that earlier today. Then I just thought to myself, I think anybody that has anything to offer us won't even be talking about free WAEC and all that. There are millions of first class graduates in Nigeria. My uncle's house in Lagos, the gatesman, is a first class holder in is it in some line in some career line. Is a first class graduate, and I know several people like
What sort of a person is your uncle? Is he an exploiter? What are you talking about?
no.
Or is that
He's
chest
not the one
beating?
that employed them. He got them from an agency. Is when we start having conversation with the guy, we got to know he's a first class degree holder.
Look at
And there are
that.
several people like that.
So
I
you're
know
one of
people
them. I mean, look at this guy.
so
Eh?
I know people that have graduated since 2007. They didn't find a job till today. They have to start going to some place in North to get agric tomato to supply to food co and the likes of them. Everybody's then you went and it's a shame when you even see our president saying after graduation you must think about how you want to do your own thing. There is no plan on ground for that. So I think any president that really has a plan, a good plan, won't come
Do you
and
think
put
the Nigerian economy is sufficient enough to sustain the amount of graduates that the country is churning out?
100%. It's just that that problem is actually not from this. It doesn't start from this government
No, yeah, it's all there, yeah. Because the
because
only employer
one
in
man,
Nigeria,
one
yeah,
man, we have a lot of things, and because our government they've
graduate
really
level thing, so
yeah
graduate level, yeah.
they've channeled all their mindset to crude oil. And now you can't just focus on. We have a lot of things. Malaysia that we were talking about yesterday, source of income is palm oil, and they've come to get the seed from Nigeria. Nigeria is blessed.
Yeah, but that's not graduate level, is it?
No, that is how you can create things. If there are many things going on, it's even easy for people that want to be
Okay, so
entrepreneurs.
all your graduates that are studying Yoruba, sociology, media studies, coming out in their tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands, year out, hundreds and thousands of graduates being churned out into the Nigerian economy. But does that economy have sufficient within it to sustain the amount of graduates we're churning
Not
out?
at all, because the government are not doing the right thing. Like now, our president believe if you graduate, you should make a job for yourself. That means the government doesn't even have plans for graduates. So why are you even making them go to school? Why are you promising them WAEC? The WAEC that they will do, they will graduate no jobs. What's the point of the WAEC? What's the point
Yeah,
of the
but
WAEC?
WAEC establishes a base level literacy numeracy, which that ratchets up the country's educational level to a base level of minimum literacy numeracy. But because you rightly said, I know graduates that will finish their something, do their NYSC, which they see just as a party year, and then put that certificate at the back of their wardrobe and go and learn fashion designing, etc. And
Hmm.
they're selling hair on Instagram and
The
whatnot.
makeup
Yeah.
artist.
Mm.
Yeah. So that is
So the
still the
economy does not sustain an
yeah.
educated
So I would
population.
expect any president or any aspirant that wants to tell us something sensible to come in the line to us, like economic wise,
Mm.
infrastructure wise. That WAHEC should be, Lizzo, it should be something that should just come up. It shouldn't be part of your manifesto. We will enhance education in Nigeria. That is where that should stop. But the guy was really packaging WAHEC will be free. WAHEC will be free. How many graduates are even out there already that are looking for jobs? You are not talking in that line how you can create jobs, how we can allow for make security standard that even foreign investors will be willing to come, power supply, all those things. To give, as a president, to give free WAEC is the easiest thing. I don't see it as a big deal. So why are you using it to? So
Is it
that
not
that
a big
shows
deal?
you.
Is it
That
not
even
big?
shows us.
Hold on, D.
Yeah.
Is it not a big deal though? Because ignorance, one of the biggest problems we are contending with in Nigeria is ignorance, and that free WAEC guaranteeing up to WAEC level, it just it heightens up somewhat the knowledge base of the country. Is that not a good thing?
No, I think it's just is that tells is what we were saying yesterday. it tells us their target. Their target are the market people that are struggling to pay for WAEC for their kids, that are doing all this too. So those, my child will be able to at least do WAEC. I won't be paying, I won't be doing all that. That should, because to me, I don't see any big deal for a president to even achieve that. It's not the major, it's not the really major thing. Honestly, we have enough graduates in Nigeria that if the economy is good, if there are technical schools, if you don't have to go and study medicine before you can be useful and
Can
be
I
employed.
interject?
Yeah, come in, Ajan Lekoko.
And you see, I think before he tell us he's going to give free WAEC nationwide, how has it done? I mean, what kind of homework has it done to tell us how much that's going to cost us as a nation? Should have been.
He's an accountant. He is an accountant. So
No, it should
Thank you,
have told
Ajale
us.
Kuku. Thank you. That's part of what
He
I'm
should
saying.
have.
That's
He should have told us. This is how much it costs the nation, and this is how
no,
I'm going to
it
pay
doesn't
for
have to.
it.
It doesn't have to yet because they're still talking in broad strokes. It is when they get into the heart of policies that they start to break it down into the costings. So this is just broad strokes of agendas.
He will have shown to people like us that are educated that he really know what he is talking about. Is really prepared for it. He know how much it costs, and he knows how he's going to pay for it. And not just say it blanketly. I will pay for it. Anybody can say anything. Has he passed it in Lagos? Is WAEC fee not paid in Lagos? I'm just asking. I'm not sure. I don't know. If they are still paying WAEC in Lagos, that means this man is just a joke. It's just lying to the people. You know, because if WAEC is still paid by parents in Lagos State and tries his own time, he didn't pay for WAEC for students in Lagos. How does he want to? How would he be able to do it nationwide? You know, and this is why I'm saying. This is why I'm saying it's supposed to tell us how much it costs, and this how he's going to pay for it.
Yes, but you see, you say you've played politics, so you would know. At the introductory stages, the politicians, they flesh out their ideological thrust, their policies, their agendas, what they are looking to achieve. So they do that in broad strokes as an opening salvo. So at then the next phase, those are policy positions, those agendas are then interrogated in terms of costings. So this is still the introductory spaces these are the ideological thrust of my governance should I get that seat. So we're not at the stage yet where we are breaking it down into costings. This is just the opening phase.
What I'm telling you, one man, is that he's an accountant, right? Like you said. Okay. A reputable accountant, as he claimed, and as we know that he is.
Well, a 419 accountant, but
yeah, he should throw it out there for us. That will show to us that this guy is prepared. You don't wait until when you are asked.
That is my point.
No, you do though. You want him to publish a booklet of policies already.
No, one man. Ajaleko is just buttressing my point, actually.
Yeah,
you
but
see,
do you understand my point?
You can't come to us. You can't come to us at this stage and come and bamboozle us.
I'm just saying something.
What phase are we in the process, D? What phase
Our
are we in?
Our economy is bad.
No. We know all that. In terms of the electioneering towards 2023, what phase are we in?
Look, one man, he is the one that put it out there. He's trying to show that this is the program I have for you. and for you to distinct yourself from others, for you to put others on the run, for you to tell us that you have done your homework well. Time, phrase or what phrase or which phrase are we is not the issue. Show to us that you are capable of doing the job.
I've never seen that done. What you're saying, I've never seen it done
in America. It's done here in America.
I follow American politics.
It's done here in America. Once you say, look, let me tell you one man. Once you are promising a gigantic project like this for American people, you have to tell American people how you're going to pay for it. It doesn't. The moment you shoot it out, you got to tell us how you're going to pay for it. If you don't say it, the media immediately. This is the way it's done in America. The media will go after you. At that very moment when you say it, they will ask you how are you going to pay for it. This is the way it's done, and we are part of this world. If he's really ready for the job and he really want to convince us that he can do the job well, he is most prepared, as some of you claim, or the person that it look better chance of becoming the president of Nigeria. He need to tell us how he's going to source for the fund. How's he going to pay for it?
Ajanle Koko, you said you said that if he makes that statement, then the media and the intelligentsias, they will go on and then interrogate that policy in terms of costings. So that's how it works. So and that is how it works. So first, they make a general statement of a policy position. So then they are then forced to defend it in terms of costings, because
what I'm saying, it doesn't have to wait for him to be pressured to say.
Are you asking him to publish a booklet right this very moment?
It is not a booklet. It doesn't take a booklet. He's just going to say it
because he's going to say that statement. Hold on, because he's going to say a lot of things about how he's going to run the government. He's going to make a lot. So this is one thing he's saying about WAEC. He will talk another thing about insecurity. He will talk another thing about all of these things. So if you're asking him to break every single pronouncement he makes down into minutiae of a detailed process of how to achieve it, then he might as well just publish a booklet from the start.
One man, this guy is coming out with a gigantic project. This is a project that will touch every home in Nigeria. And if you are coming out with this big project, you need to follow it up in your statement. This is what I have found out that is paid nationwide for WAEC. And this is the way I'm going to pay for it. This is what is from this source. How we get the fund to pay for it. To convince elected one. I mean, to convince educated one. Because they are used to look. One man, because they used to talk.
Nobody is disagreeing. No, hold on. Nobody is disagreeing that he has to do costing. He has to do costing now.
Yes.
Every politician has to do costing on a policy position, but not at just the first opening of the mouth to say I'm going to do this, and then he'll give you a breakdown of a spreadsheet. You know, he doesn't have to bring spreadsheets.
It's not a breakdown. It's simple. It's simple.
I'm not even asking him to come with breakdowns. I just
it's very simple.
I don't know what's a spreadsheet. Do you want a spreadsheet, Vin?
Not a spreadsheet. He just tell us that, okay, in the whole of the federation, this is the total amount spent, paid for WAEC, and this is where I'm going to source for the fund to pay it. Look, convince us, to convince people like us that are very antagonistic of you, convince us.
No. What is setting out is an ideological thrust. So what is giving us a feel of is the sort of president that he will be.
No, he's taking Nigeria for granted because he knows that they don't ask questions. Illiterate are the majority of people that vote.
People don't come up with policies. He's coming up with policies now that this
Yeah,
is
but
going to
this
be the
policy that is
ideological
coming out
front.
with, that is my
Can
own
I come
point.
in?
The
Can I come in?
policy, the
Okay,
policy that is coming up with is not impressive for me as a person. I don't
Education
think.
is not impressive for you.
I
Education.
don't think.
You
If you
want an
look at where
illiterate
we are,
population.
if you look at where we are today,
What are you talking
no,
about?
I'm not saying education is not
You
important.
want everybody to be illiterate?
No, don't get me wrong.
He is the one
I'm
talking
not-
like illiterate. Tinubu is the one talking like illiterate. He just don't talk, hey, this is what I'm going to do, and you walk away. Oh, come on, we are not dunce. Tell us how you're going to do it. Tell us how you're going to pay for it.
All right, Vin, do you want a spreadsheet? Oh yeah, go on. I know you want a spreadsheet because you're always backing Nigerian constitution.
The problem I have with this Nigerian politician is that they will come out with a funny promises. These are funny promises, phantom promises with no head, no tail. If you are not ready to tell Nigerians that are preparing, you are preparing them to vote you. You are asking for their vote. If at all vote counts in Nigeria, you cannot come out with such, big policy without telling them the source of funding it. It's better that you just keep quiet. When you finish with your policy things, your ideology and your manifesto, then you bring it out and be ready to defend it. But churning it out here now for people,
so you want a spreadsheet?
It is ridiculous.
Spreadsheet politics. Is this?
You defending Jagaban
majority carries the vote here.
Are you defending Jagaban or
I hate the guy, but but that's philosophy because is Awolowo. I won't say I hate him, but I'm not a fan of his. But that is an Awo-centric, because that tells me that he is wanting to run an Awo-centric sort of.
Let me tell you one man.
You know that education echoes very well amongst Yoruba people. You know how we
Yes, but let me tell you, this is the way they started in 1991 and 1999. They came out with big promises like this, only to fail people. Empty, like our ideology. This is what they were telling Yoruba people. We are going to do this: free education, free health service. They came out with they got there, they couldn't do it. So this is the same thing he's trying to play this time around again to Nigerians. No. It's not.
That's my point.
That's
really my point. I think anybody that really means well, that wants to really do anything for Nigeria at this point in time, won't come out to start telling us about those free education thing that they always come up with to
give us tangible.
For them.
Yeah, but it's not a single. It's horses for courses. He was addressing it was a body of a women group that came to visit him.
And one woman was helping him to complete the sentence, and then he can't even speak Finnish. I went to listen to it when I saw the
yes,
every sentence that was a woman on the ground that was helping him complete the sentence.
I watch it.
So I thought,
yes.
So I thought to myself, this is the president.
That man is a Jagaban of GPT, like one man always call him.
The Jagaban of GPT.
He's bringing another GPT for us.
I just think it's just the same old thing when people come to us and promise us free education, and we think, education.
Yeah.
But that's why I'm saying the states we have now, we want somebody that wants to come, that we can see that is sound, economical wise, and every other plan, not just with this normal news of free education, free WAEC, free Awolowo, everybody, Awolowo. People have really used Awolowo name to scam a lot of people, especially Yoruba people.
They use this Awolowo name, Awolowo's ideology, Awolowo program, to bamboozle Yoruba people. And get there and they go and steal money. They won't work like Awolowo and make life better for their people.
I am allowed, to hear Yoruba people being anti-education.
It's not anti-education. I'm not disagreeing. But it's been, like Ajaniko said earlier, since democracy started, that's the same promise they always come up with because they know people will buy it.
Well,
people want it. You know, so we don't want anybody that wants to come and give us all those their formats that they come with. Free education for all, free food for all, free this for all. Come and tell us the sound. Let us see you have a lot of ideas, not just about education and all these little things. We've gone beyond that now. We don't want to fall for this. This is how they start, and they will get there. There won't be nothing for them to do.
That's right.
You know, so
this one that is here now
is the best thing anybody could have. Honestly.
All right, come in, Ejiro. Are you anti-education too, Ejiro?
No, I'm not. You see this Tinubu fellow, yeah? It's a very funny fellow in the sense that you remember 2015 when he was campaigning for Buhari. When he was saying Buhari will pay you 5,000 a month, you remember that slogan he was using?
Which he is doing. He is. Is he not doing it? He is doing
like
it.
A welfare kind of payment. For those, is he doing it every month now? Are they paying every month now?
Yes, there are.
Every month. Every month, 1 month.
Yes, they are. Do you not know?
To who?
To the lowest of at the base level of society.
No. But that payment is biased. You know why I said it's biased? Let me break it down for you. When they ask the finance minister, why are you doing this? Why are you paying only people in the north? You are not paying people from the other part of the country. Exactly. Is that not biased?
Well,
is that not biased?
The poorest are in the north.
So the poor. No, it's cut across the country, not only the north. One man. The poorest is not just only the north. It's cut across Nigeria.
Are people poor in Igboland?
You know,
people are not poor in Igboland.
Yeah,
we have people in Yoruba land.
Do you have a data? Do you have a database for that one man? You don't have a database for that. You just assumption. That's what you're saying is just assumption. You know. So what the issue I have with Tinubu is some of his things are very funny. Like I question his education background. You know. Because most time, whenever he's making a sentence, people always help him to complete it.
Yeah, because he's got Alzheimer's. He's got Alzheimer's now.
And he wants to rule Nigeria. There we go.
You are. Well, you know, that's, you know.
Recruit 50 million. What would they eat? Igbedo, corn, cassava.
You people are going into one chance again.
Tinubu is a character. It's a big character.
But you know that it is ideology.
Nigeria have to be smart, oh.
Oh my God. Tinubu is a gas. It's just a gas, you know, it's a gas.
All right, but you know, I don't object to free education for all. You know, I think it's a good idea. You know, because I'm an Awo man. You see, I'm up Awo. You know,
it's a good idea, but they will not implement it one man. That's the problem. Yeah. Tinubu is a big liar. It's a big liar. It's not going to do anything there. He just want to get in one other way through the back door, whatever, you know. This man, you must remember again, this man has been fighting for this position for almost 30 years now. So he wants to throw everything in the ring. I don't blame him. If I were in his shoes, I would do likewise as well. He wants to throw everything in the ring and get in there. You know, this has been his dream, you know. So it's up to the Nigerian people now to decide whether they want him or not. It's the people. The people have to decide at this time, you know.
All right, thank you.
This is the way the yam head Baba integrity, Sai Baba. This is the way he started too. He was promising, he was saying this, he's going to tackle insecurity.
Everything he promised.
Going to stop corruption. He's going to do this. What did we get? The worst of the worst. So the same thing, this man, they are packaging him, they are hiding him. You see him, the way he talks, his slurs, and how do
you mean his slurs? What do you mean his slurs?
I mean, you can
okay. Let's actually hear him in his own words, because you've tried to say that, and Ejiro as well. So let's hear him.
commitment to women's folks has always been, since I was a senator, then a governor, and fight poverty. Because in Lagos State today, whether you are a boli roaster, a corn seller, no matter how poor you are, your children must go to school. Yes. In addition to that, we are the only state that started the fee of WAEC paid by the government without discrimination, no matter where you come from. Your children's West Africa examination fee is paid by us, so that no one, no matter how poor, is left behind.
So Ajanle Koko, that answers a lot of questions for you. So that's a sharp mind picking his words so that he's not misconstrued. That also answers your question about him paying for free education in Lagos, which he just told you that he does. So that's a man with a plan. That's your president. So Mr. President, sir, Ajanle Koko. Oh, Ajanle Koko, don't run. You see now, Tinubu has finally got Ajanle Koko to yield. So Ajanle Koko, that was the man in his own words. So, I mean, what do you want? You said he slurs his words. It wasn't slurring his words there.
We have and some other video that you can fill out. He should tell us how he's going to pay for it. That is what we want to know. He has to convince us that he is ready for the job and he knows what he wants to do. Don't just promise us with all these big lies, the way he has done in the past, the way they have done in the past, and they did nothing for the people. So we are not going to accept it. We are going to ask them questions. We're going to show them the wrong thing they've done in the past, and we are not going to fall for it this time around. We are going to enlighten our people. We are going to sensitize our people. Today I spoke with some of my friends in Nigeria. I told them, if you people think that things are going to get better in Nigeria without coming out and vote against this politician, illiterates will continue to vote for them, and they will destroy the future of your children. They all agree with me. They all agree. I spoke to about three of them today. They agree with me. They said this time, yes. That I said, you guys, because you are bankers, you think it doesn't concern you.
What plan do they say they have then?
I was just telling them that they need to vote against this politician. And the three of them I spoke with said, yes, they are going to vote this time. They said they will vote against them.
Yes, but
because I let them know. I told them, I said, look, Nigeria is getting better. We can correct it. We can make it work better. We can change the system. If you, the middle class, go out and vote against these people, but you always labor, you think it doesn't concern you, but the nation is collapsing on you people. The economy is getting bad, and your job is on the line. You could wake up tomorrow when they start all this.
Hold on, Ajanle Koko. We know that, but which direction would that anti-vote? You are saying they should vote.
Actually, all of them are talking that they're going to vote for AAC.
Look at that.
And I didn't tell them. I didn't tell them. I didn't even influence them. I didn't influence them. They said they are going to vote for AAC. I didn't influence them. I didn't suggest to them.
But they know you now, so they know where your sympathies lie.
Are you sure you don't influence them?
No. I didn't influence them. I was just saying, I was putting it to them that they need to vote against politicians. They don't have to vote for this politician. Then they said they are going to vote for AAC. They said they are going to vote for AAC. So I wish they could spread it, because I told them, I said, are you sure you're going to vote? They said, yes. They said, we will vote for AAC to correct the wrongdoing in our society. And I encourage them. I say, I will be glad if I said, Shure is my man. And if they can work hard and get some of their colleagues to talk to their colleagues and see that how we can vote against this politician, then we will start solving our problem from there. I was quite impressed.
Can I ask you a question?
Yes.
Do you think Shure can win election to come 2023? Be realistic here. Can he win election 2023? I just want you to be realistic here.
Well, there's no guarantee that he can win, but at least we have to start doing something, vote against them. People, if they don't want to vote for Purure, to be vote for candidate of PRP or candidate of ADP, not PDP or an AAC. They are the ones that put us in this big mess that we are going through in that country today. We just have to try something new. We don't have to be scared of anything. What are we going to lose to vote for something new? What are we going to lose? Are we going to lose anything?
Hold on, Ajale Koko. What we
have lost between 1999 to date, is that not enough to kill somebody? You know how many people that have died, that have committed suicide, flew from the bridge to inside lagoon and just commit suicide like that because they are tired of life in Nigeria.
But people commit suicide in the Western world too, where
forget about that.
Place.
Don't bring up that argument. You know what I'm talking about. Don't bring that all this kind of beer parlor argument. No, let's talk sensible this time.
But okay, let's talk sensible.
Beer parlor, Baba Oliru at Alata. Don't let us do that. This is something serious. I don't know if you want to go and vote for them. You can just say it loud that you want to vote for them and let your people continue to languish in poverty and in perpetual suffering. What are you talking about?
I can't vote for any of them. No, it's not possible.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Okay, hold on, Ajale Koko. Hold on, Ajale Koko.
Let's vote for something new, something different.
Hold
we
on,
have to solve our problem.
Hold on, Ajale Koko. So, Thomas, if you had the vote, which direction would it go? If you were in Nigeria now to vote, which direction would your vote go?
Yes, if I were to be in Nigeria, I will not vote for APC. I will not vote for PDP. I would rather go for Shure or I will go for Mogalu. All those new ones.
Hold on. So what are you disagreeing with Ajale Koko over? Because that's exactly what he's saying.
No. The statement he made is what I'm trying to counter. That people commit suicide anywhere in the world.
No. He said that literally. His main point is that don't vote for the main parties, vote for alternatives. So you agree with him?
I agree with him 100%. 100%.
So there's no argument then. So
no argument.
All right, let me get back to DOG and take him to the east. So DOG, they are saying the highest amount of petrol price is in the southeast. And I'm querying why that should be. I cannot see any reason that underpins that. But what do you think that underpins that? This is from the Nigerian Bureau of Statistics. So this is raw data that the highest amount of petrol at pump is being paid in the southeast. DOG, look at that. This guy is a dubious character. You're the
Nduguruji of land. They don't catch him.
He might be having problem with his network in his hotel, or where is he today?
Hey, well, he's on the run.
I'm here.
Did you hear the question? And do you have an
No,
answer?
I didn't hear the question.
Well, you wouldn't, would you? Because
I was away for a minute.
Of course, yes, of course. Now, you this guy. Don't worry. I'm monitoring you. If you don't know, I'm monitoring you. You are under surveillance. You are under surveillance.
Are you the DSS?
No,
Are you the DSS?
I'm what's that? I'm Mossad.
Let me ask you more.
I'm Mossad. What I was saying is that the data just came in now that the highest pump price for petrol is in the southeast. And I was querying why that would be, because I cannot see any reason that underpins that. It's not the wealthiest area in the country, as I said, and it's not a difficult place to get to. So you cannot say it's the difficulty of getting petrol to them. And this is consistently because we've covered it as a storyline before on this platform. So why do you think then that the highest at pump price for petrol is the highest in IGBOLAND, DOG?
Well, I'm not surprised about anything that happens in Nigeria, honestly. Then there might be a lot of things. There's a lot of things going on in the southeast too, killings and all those things. So they might be using that to hike the price up. That is what I would think. The only thing I would think, I don't see any difference in all other places. Why? So I would think maybe it's all this stuff going on in the southeast, the killings, the struggle with the IPOBs, ESCN, and all these killings going on.
All right. And to the Nnamdi Kanu space, I'm not sure if you were here earlier when we were going through this narrative. Nnamdi Kanu wins that judgment. So that Python dance is the judgment that he won, and it's been declared an illegal act, what the Nigerian state did in Umuahia on that fateful day, September 2017. So it's been declared illegal, unconstitutional, and a compensation of ₦1 billion to be paid to Nnamdi Kanu. This is what the judgment is. The Nigerian army, who are at the heart of that case, they respond to say that they are waiting to get a copy of the judgment to study it in order to perfect a response. So what are you then making of that judgment and the Nigerian state's position?
All those judgments, we all know now, all those judgments don't count for nothing anymore. Sunday Go got something similar for federal government to pay him back some billions to. He will never get it. And how do you even get all those money and all those funds? How do you fight for it if you are even being accused for all other things and you are still being locked up? I think these guys, to be honest, it's only if with God's intervention, Sunday Go and Nnamdi Kanu, I think they will be there until after election, to be honest, if they didn't kill them before then. It is only God, with his divine intervention, that can save them now.
What do you think the chances are of them killing Kanu?
A lot of things can happen. They killed Abiola that everybody, you wouldn't think they would have done that. And Nigerians, like I said yesterday, Nigerians don't fight for people that wants to fight for them. Like Showore itself, how many times have they arrested Showore? Did anybody come out to say we are protesting, release Showore or something? Nobody will come out. You will be on your own.
DOJ, please, 1 minute. One man, I sent you a video by Showore now. I hope you saw it. Did you get it?
Yeah, I saw it, but it was too graphic for me to play, because YouTube will come after me. But the video essentially was Showore taking yet another beating at Nnamdi Kanu's.
What is graphic in that video? I think it was just
he was not the one about he was not the one that was beaten.
Okay.
It's one of the sponsored hoodlums that they caught.
Okay.
Until they handed the person over to the police. It was one of the
what is Showore going there for again?
No, it's
They assaulted him the last time. When we said that this guy is, let me finish. When we said that this guy should be wise, anywhere you go, you cause trouble, there will be trouble.
Thomas, he went for his appeal case. His appeal case. He has an appeal case today. He went there to stand for his appeal case.
I know, but he went to Nnamdi Kanu's as well. He wants to go there. And they challenged him that his name is on the list. I watched the video.
Well,
So why
and
must he go there?
I think
Why
Thomas,
must he go there?
When does
Thomas
it
has
become
a
a
point
crime for you to
because
show solidarity for someone that
okay,
is passing through injustice?
one
but
man, the
But
video
Thomas,
I
every
sent to
time you
you,
go
Thomas,
there,
there's no
Thomas,
every time
graphic
you
do
go
there.
you
there,
understand
trouble.
that? Do you understand that even if there is trouble, he's getting his name more out there. When
So
Sowore does
it's
his
not
clout
videos,
in that
chasing
way.
then.
That's the problem. You
Hold
can't be
on.
getting your name out
well,
in
that
that
is the
way.
only way. That is
That
the
is
only
not the
way.
only
That's
way,
what I'm
my
saying to you.
brother.
It
That is
When
not
he's
the only
hold
way.
on.
talking
You can get your name out by all these due diligence we are talking about, running programs
in
where others are
Nigeria,
busy fighting them. Leave them. You focus on
Hold
building
on.
momentum,
Hold
gathering
on,
people.
D. Hold on, D. So you are saying he's getting his name out, Solly. So is it
yes,
essentially clout chasing? Is this what you're saying?
yes,
Is a
cloud
clout
chasing
chaser?
of the highest
Yeah.
order.
So this is it. Shekarimi, is it Shekarimi, Abi?
Exactly,
And
one man is shaker.
which is what
One man,
makes me
It is
feel
notice
a
me,
little
notice me.
bit
one
not
man.
sure of Shower himself, because sometimes it does things you think this clout chasing, man. Because obviously, I think he's gone through enough with these guys, and
You know,
he
because he's
has
been there every single time and they beat him up every single time and he turns up
or
again.
chase him out or fire
Yes.
him tear gas. A
So
lady
what
fired him tear
exactly is
gas
the
one time
point
too.
of him turning up to only
So
to
why are
take
you
that
going
beating?
there? Why don't you invest those times to
well,
doing something other positive things that could make you
well,
One,
I
achieve
one
your
believe
man,
aim?
his strategy
Like
is
traveling
working
one
to
for
the
man.
now.
southwest, traveling
He wants
to
to be
other
part
places
of
to
it,
meet
Abi. He wants to
Yes,
bam
the
bam.
strategy is
He
working for
wants to
him.
to
deal
The
with
meet
the
with
big
strategy is
people
boys.
working
that you can
because
look
one
I
into
one
how
noticed
you
the
man,
can
news.
tackle these people. You know,
one man.
just I don't know.
If you that video I sent you have no graphic,
Okay.
it
Let me. I think I've got it. Let me see. Hopefully, I don't get kicked out. But this is Joshua Ray making a nuisance of himself yet again.
Which that guy that was
Hey guys, just to report that we're safe and heading back to our base after another attempt by the Buhari regime preventing me after my appeal court hearing today. I headed out to go to Kanu's trial, the so-called trial, and upon arriving there and approaching the DSS people, we were told that my name was not on the list, as usual. After a little bit of conversation, they said we should go across the street while they do something about my ability to attend. But while we were there, we discovered that the Buhari regime, had placed his thugs in the place. This time around, armed thugs. They were there with knives and they wanted to hurt us. But luckily enough, people were prepared and they ran away. So it's just to keep exposing the regime for what? Well, one of them reportedly was arrested. This is the third time that I will attend Kanu's trial, and the regime desperately would send armed thugs to the place to try and harm us. The last time I was there, they broke my car. But I made a promise to myself that we would not let this kangaroo system continue in our country. And we'll do everything we can to ensure that our citizens or non-citizens or those who are asking for their fundamental rights, whether it's self-determination, whether they are calling for a revolution or they are asking for political space to breathe, or those who are expressing merely their fundamental rights to freedom of expression, are not caged by this regime. And that's why, after a tedious day in court today, at the Court of Appeal, I decided to go to Kanu's trial. Of course, you saw what they did, and I hope some of you saw this online, watching it. So we will now go back. I heard the case has just been adjourned to February 16. that's my birthday. I'll probably have my birthday in front of the Federal High Court. Until the regime respects our right to freely live in this country and freely express ourselves, we will not back down until, of course, you all now know there's a revolution. Nigeria is not going anywhere. You can imagine before thousands of...
All right, no doubt he will just tail off into his usual Alota Jeba Jaba. But the last time he was there, we saw graphically his car being stoned, that they had to drive James Bond style to get him out of there. The time before that, he was beaten up by the DSS. This time around, he was refused entry to the point that knife-wielding people wanted to attack him. I have asked severally, does this guy have some martyrdom complex? And people keep pushing back. This guy wants to be a martyr, doesn't he?
No, not at all. What he's simply doing is to exercise his fundamental
human rights.
Fundamental human rights.
By Nigerian,
really?
as guaranteed by Nigerian Constitution. He have the right to attend court. It's a public court case.
No, he wants to be Igbo. That's why he wants to be Igbo by force.
He wants to be a hero. He wants to chill with the big boys. Does he want to chill with the big boys? He wants to chill with the big boys, Abi?
No, he's not trying to show with the big boys or trying to show like he's a big boy, but it's just simply going to his friend court case to show up, to show solidarity.
But no, you can't say that to Ajaleko. He wasn't just simply, because there's antecedents to this. You say he is exercising his fundamental human rights, but those rights are not vested on Shomore alone. Every and anybody has the right to attend, but people, for reasons of prudence and understanding that it's a high-octane situation. Nnamdi Kanu is already a high-profile.
So the government is right. The security officers are doing the right job to deny him is fundamental. Is that what you are saying, woman?
What do you mean deny him is fundamental? Sometimes we have to be, it's not every right that you have that you exercise. Look, this is a high profile, hold on, this is a high profile situation with a high net worth person being presented in court under tight security. Showore also equally a very controversial figure. So the security
hold on.
Can you hold on? Because you're talking about Showore now. So it's already a high octane situation which is charged up in terms of security and detailing. So they are already contending with that situation. Nnamdi Kanu kidnap rendition to Nigeria presented in court. All of that, they are contending with the IPOB elements. They are contending with all of that. And then Showore, an equally explosive sort of individual, he wants to then infuse himself in an already charged up situation because he wants to say that he has a fundamental right and all this nonsense. It's just attention. It's a nonsense. That guy is a nonsensical guy. It's a nonsensical guy.
Woman, it is unfortunate. It is unfortunate when you talk like this and you make it so personal. You said he's a nonsensical guy. He's just doing nonsense. When he is exercising his fundamental
Can I reply?
As guaranteed by the Constitution of Nigeria. The reason why we have Constitution is for us
Ajani Koko, you are going down. You are going down.
Can I reply, Ajani?
Nnamdi Kanu, hold on.
Okay.
Let me finish now. The government illegally violated Nnamdi Kanu's right, and the court to Nnamdi Kanu. So you can't just allow. We can't have government that will consistently violate our right and we have to let that government get away with it. No, we have to stand up against them. We have to tell them that we have our right. The country belongs to us.
Okay,
It doesn't belong to them.
Let me ask you a question, Ajane Koko. Is presenting Nnamdi Kanu, the leader of the indigenous people of Biafra movement, is presenting him in court a charged up, heightened security atmosphere? Is it a charged up atmosphere when they present Nnamdi Kanu in terms of security?
It is not charged up. The government make it charged up.
It is not charged.
It is not charged up.
It is the government
that make it look. It's the government that make it look so.
Yeah.
The government did not allow
Nnamdi Kanu in court is not a charged up security situation.
It's not a charge up. Let me explain. It's not a charge up. Government that make it look charge up by violating Nnamdi Kanu's right for not changing his clothes.
So there's no possibility of IPOB overrunning is there a possibility? Hold on. Is there a possibility of IPOB overrunning the court?
There is no possibility.
Was not tight enough.
It is not. It is not possible.
Tight enough.
It is not possible for IPOB to overrun them because you have security around Abuja. Abuja is the seat of power. They have put in place security around that court premises and within the and around the city. So there's no way that IPOB will come and overrun them. So it's the government that make it look charged up. They created that scenario so that they can paint IPOB as a terrorist group and Nigerian people as terrorists. Showore did not carry arms. He's just walking there peacefully, and there's no reason why the government should sponsor talk to carry a knife to go and kill him. And we have police and all those people around there.
Showore should not be there at all.
Why would you be there? Tell me why. Tell me why it should not be there.
I will. Because it is a sensitive charge.
There's nothing sensitive. You are the one mentioning sensitive, and the government creating a scenario to make it look as if that place is not safe for anybody. This is our country. Our country should be safe for us. We have the responsibility to create safe atmosphere. They have the responsibility as government, and not to violate and molest Nigerian people. Showore is one of us. When they molest him or violate his right, they are indirectly molesting us and violating our right. And we have to speak up and not tolerate this. We don't have to. You don't have to be part of this criminality that this government demonstrates or their agents demonstrate.
No. Let me paint you a different scenario. Imagine they capture and present Osama bin Laden in America, and then he's been brought in court, and then some rascally run-of-the-mill sort of person says that he wants to attend that court because it's his fundamental right as a citizen to come and observe.
American people, American government will not treat their citizens. American government will not treat their citizens as rascally as you mentioned, but rather they will create a secured atmosphere in such a way that whoever want to come in, if that person cannot be allowed him, they will politely tell that person, and they will never sponsor any talk or any criminal to go and kill anybody that wants to attend the case. America will never do that to their citizens.
Was that not what Showore just narrated, that they politely asked him to excuse himself?
He said,
but he left.
He said that they refused him in, and while they were negotiating, they asked him to go across the street while they will look into it and see how they can let him. And during that process, the thugs came in and attempted to use their knife on him. While those security officers are there, they didn't do anything to stop them. So what are we talking about?
No, Ajane Koko, don't go against what was said though, because we heard in that clip that they said they arrested.
You didn't watch it finish. You didn't finish.
What the real video?
You didn't finish it.
Oh, hold on. Hold on.
Ajalekoko, they arrested them.
They arrested the guy.
Only one person. They arrested
one person and handed him over to the police. It was the show boys. Maybe it is not in this
system continue in our country, and we'll do everything we can to ensure that our citizens or non-citizens or those who are asking for their fundamental rights, whether it's self-determination, whether they are calling for a revolution or they are asking for political space to breathe, or those who...
I don't think it's this video. I think
it is not this particular video.
No, it is
like
this video.
It's like
it
a 1 minute
one.
video.
It's this one.
It's a 1 minute
video. It's this video. He should have run it through to the end when he was playing it the first time.
Let's see. Showore boys arrested one of them. They beat the guy up and handed him over to the police.
They are prepared for that. They knew that they will come out with that criminality. Okay, he's playing it again.
Sorry about that. I got kicked off. Yeah, so here he is.
I wish that guy that was there.
Hey guys, just to report that we're safe and heading back to our base after another attempt by the Buhari regime preventing me after my appeal court hearing today. I headed out to go to Kanu'S trial, the so-called trial, and upon arriving there and approaching the DSS people, we were told that my name was not on the list, as usual. After a little bit of conversation, they said we should go across the street while they do something about my ability to attend. But while we were there, we discovered that the Buhari regime had placed his thugs in the place. This time around, armed thugs. They were there with knives and they wanted to hurt us. But luckily enough, people were prepared and they ran away. So it's just to keep exposing the regime for what? Well, one of them reportedly was arrested.
So there you heard it. One of them was arrested. So there it is. They politely asked him to excuse himself, and they effected an arrest against the people that were trying to weigh upon him, even though he should not have been there in the first instance. So that was what played out. One man, can
I say something?
One man, you should have run it to the end. If you have run that video to the end, he will have told you, you will have heard him say that all this shenanigans happened while the security were in presence of the security officer, and they didn't do anything to stop them. It was his boys that tackled them and pulled them down.
Did Kanu even invite you already? Why are you going there?
Kanu don't need to invite him. Kanu don't need to invite him,
If he didn't invite you, why are you going there? I mean, I don't even think
he has a right to be there. The citizen of that country has a right to be around the court premises. Are you going to stop him?
You are going where they will slap them.
He does have the right. He does have the right.
He does not have the right. He does not have.
He does have the right. He does have the right.
Let's hear from Solly. Let's hear from Solly. Yeah, come in, Solly.
This is a high-profile case. Not just anybody, a person that puts the whole eastern part of Nigeria, millions of human beings in a standstill, and you say he has the rights. This is a high-profile case. This can be even a case of terrorism. Yes, if any other government looks at it, they will see it that way. It doesn't matter how you look at it. And another thing is that, let's admit it, let's stop beating around the bush. He's clout-chasing. He knows that they are going to do it. And it is, I'm not shaming him for it.
He's trying to get good votes. That's what he's trying to do.
Yes, which is a good strategy.
Igbos never vote for him, man.
No, how do you know? You are speaking.
They will never vote for him. Forget it, man. You got to get sense. You go into Victor Banjo, man. That's what Banjo was doing. He was polarizing Ojukwu. Ojukwu killed the guy at the end. Nnamdi Kanu probably kill Showore at the end of the day in the East.
If Showore wants vote now,
you guys don't learn from history. Is that what happened to Banjo? He said
hold on.
This utterances, Mike. It doesn't fit you.
I'm speaking based on history now.
Mike, hold on. Hold on.
Why are you doing this? Anytime
I'm going to have to cool the both of you off here. Just hold on. Mike, don't pivot it to that at the moment. Let's stay on that Showore narrative. Because I think Solly was going in a direction, and then Ajanle Koko, I'm sure, will counter him. But essentially, Showore should not have been there is really the thing.
So what I see is that it's working for Showore because the trial is about Nnamdi Kanu. But what are we talking about? Showore, when the reporters were there to cover the case of Nnamdi Kanu and security did not allow them, who did they report to? All of them. All of them were interviewing Showore. That is just one case. Then I saw another video when Showore was negotiating with the police, and the police was saying, "Oh, I don't know who you are." Showore simply said, "I'm a regular customer," and everybody around there laughed, which means that he's gaining more attention from the people, the average people that are around there. They know him already. They are laughing and cracking jokes with him. It's a strategy that is working. I did not see the old way of him talking, working before. Most people were not following him. Now I feel like he's going to have more passionate followers than before. Is it going to be enough for him to win the election? I don't know. But this strategy is working, as shameful as it is. You know? Let's say the truth for how it is. Let's not do as if it's going there for any moral purpose.
I mean, there's no denying that Nnamdi Kanu's presentation in court is a high security alpha position for the security operatives. Given the narrative of Nnamdi Kanu, who he is, the movement that he leads, how he was renditioned to Nigeria, all of that wrapped into him being presented in court. So the security is ratcheted up to the highest level. Yes. So you now, Showore, a known quantity for just agitation as well. You now want to put yourself into an already volatile situation because you want to assert your right as a fundamental something. It's just a Clout-chasing now. It's a nonsense.
One man, let me tell you. Let me tell you, Kanu became who he is today.
Ajanle Koko, we can't win you. We can't win you.
Hold on. Let Ajanle Koko land there.
Kanu became a household name in the East today, and one name that is popular in the world today because of a legal way of handling situation by this government. If Nnamdi Kanu had not been attacked in his home, we wouldn't have. He would just be making his broadcast now. Nobody will even listen to him. But look at what they have made Nnamdi Kanu to be today. The same they are doing to Showore. Consistent attack and violation of human rights, people's rights, will create sin. We create, a situation where you call for people attention. This is what they are doing, and this is why they are failing every day. So Showore is in the news every time because they are attacking this guy, and there's no way the media will not carry it, particularly Sahara Reporter.
If Showore
people like us will not discuss it. If they have allowed Showore to go in and they didn't stop him at all, there won't be any scenario, there won't be any situation to report. If we just go in and walk out, and there won't be any scenario. But look at the scenario they created.
There will be.
They make it popular
if they let him
every
in,
day.
If they let him
He's defeating them at the law court every day.
One man. He's not defeating them.
One man, don't forget that.
Several times at the law court. They never defeated him. He has always won his case against the government. So they are just making him, making him more popular.
He's not popular.
They are the ones failing every day.
No,
it's the government of Nigeria failing.
It's notoriety, not popularity. People are starting to see him as somewhat of a ridiculous figure. Because
somebody like you seeing him like that, but millions of people does not see him like that.
Somebody thinks it's ridiculous. Mike thinks it's ridiculous.
Absolutely ridiculous, man.
Yes.
Well, they can say if we want to put it in vote here right now, majority of the people we said what Sowore is doing is the right thing. A law court is a public space, and nobody should be denied of going into law court.
It's
a high-profile case. I agree with you, but Kanu's lawyer as well deny entry into the court. What would you say to that? This is the legality that this government that
we can't believe those lawyers.
On Nigeria every day.
I don't think they deny any of those lawyers.
We cannot.
Sorry. Hold on, Ajale Koko. Settle down, Ajale Koko. When was Nnamdi Kanu's lawyer prevented from entering the court?
Last court date.
No, they were
not.
The
lawyer was lying. We saw the picture of him inside of the court. And then those guys lied too much, man.
He wanted to bring his American body man.
That American lawyer,
The only lawyer they didn't allow is the American guy. They have to business in.
Most of the lawyers were denied entry. One man, go and watch that video again. They were denied entry, and the guy came out.
Leave them alone now. They don't want to hear. They are saying this. This is what we know.
Don't make up stuff now, Vin, because we all saw what happened.
No,
I'm not making up stuff. Go and watch that video. Go and watch the video.
Now I followed
the way the news came out that time was the lawyers were not allowed in. But when you see the true story of what happened, it was the lawyer that came from the US.
So Vin is lying like me. Is that what you are saying?
Listen to me.
Hold on. Let me tell you what happened factually. What happened factually? They turned up with that American person wanting to come in as an observer. He was refused entry, and then they stood outside in solidarity with him. So how can Nnamdi Kanu be presented in court and his lawyers not let in? We all know that would not, as much as we detest the BUHARI.
Exactly.
Of course, his lawyers will come in, But the American was denied entry, and they stayed out in solidarity. So let's not do Radio Biafra type of thing now.
That American person you're talking about, one man. That American person you're talking about is not just a person. He's a lawyer as well. You know that. He's international lawyer as well.
That is the kind of.
Not just a person. Don't put it like the normal honorary person. No,
because the white man
was included among his counsel. He was included among his counsel.
Is he licensed in Nigeria?
He's a special person.
Is he licensed
just
in
a lawyer,
Nigeria?
man. Just one Igbo man. The man is probably nobody.
Whether he is not licensed or not, he is his international legal counsel and has the right to. Why did they allow him to go India today and the other day? If he's not wanted to come India, why did they allow him to go India?
Don't be saying that they refused his lawyer's entry because they did not. They did not refuse. Come on. Okay, let's even apply common sense. Somebody comes in court to argue a case. He'd been a layman having representation, and they refused the lawyer's entry. How does that even cohere with? How is that something that anybody? Of course, that's just nonsense, isn't it? That's just nonsense. That's IPOB. So that's Radio Biafra now. Come on, man.
I will not say one man. I can't sit here and make and allow you to make such derogatory statements against an organization.
You hear me? There are some narratives you paint out here that is not, necessary, and it is it shows the biasness in you. That is what you do here, and most people here will support you. I will not buy into that. A lawyer of international reputation came. His lawyer in abroad.
What international reputation? Hold on.
Look, listen. Let me land my point. You made a comment. You made a comment now against IBU and Biafra. That is what I'm trying to. That is what I'm trying to.
Is that not? That's another Radio Biafra right there. Yeah, international reputation. What are you talking about?
The lawyer nobody knew, and I want to know the man America, and I live in America.
That shows how biased you are when you talk about most of these things that you say here. Sometimes you play some undercard. You play some undercard as if you like a particular, but you don't like them. You don't like them because you create a scenario to paint them black. You paint them black. That is what you do. So you don't do that.
Indignation, you want to do righteous indignation.
If you want to be factual, be factual. I am narrating to you right now. That man is international legal counsel, and his name was there also when he was there. I'm not making up stuff. Go and watch. Go listen.
Let's go through what you are saying.
But must you force me to believe in what you are telling me?
No, but I cannot have you present a lie now. I cannot present a factual inexactitude.
Listen, from the beginning, when Mazen Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped, when Mazen Nnamdi Kanu was
can you name one case that man has represented before in the past?
When Mazen Nnamdi Kanu was kidnapped from Kenya, my friend, you keep quiet. When I finish, then you talk.
International lawyer. You
just keep quiet. You just keep quiet. Listen, when I finish, then you come in. If I'm talking and you are talking, nobody will hear us. We become nuisance.
Hold on, Solly. Yeah.
We become nuisance discussion.
Sorry, Vin. I wanted to talk, but I want us to have a conversation. So I'm not steamrolling you, but then you don't steamroll me. So as you talk, I want us to.
You made a comment, and I'm responding. You tell me, no. How do you want me to speak?
No.
Let him talk. Let him talk.
Why don't you just hold on and let me have a conversation with this chap? Let us have a conversation without trying to steamroll each other. But if you make a point, which is a factual inexactitude, i.e. an embellishment or a Radio Biafra type of narrative, then I will pause you and interrogate it. So let me pause you and interrogate quite a few things you said. You said Nnamdi Kanu's lawyers were prevented from entering the court. That is untrue. Because they even said that they stood out in solidarity with that guy. You said that guy is an international lawyer of reputation, of international reputation. That is not true. He's just an American lawyer who you never knew anything about, I suspect, before his name came into play.
One man, I will. Yeah. I'm going. Hello. I will have to interject here. One man, I think what you're saying is not true because you don't know he's an international lawyer of reputation. He is.
Can you tell me?
Which I've heard
you said it's not an international law of reputation. Do you know what he did? Do you know what he did to Chucky Taylor? Do you know what he did? Go and read. If you don't read, go and read what he did to Chucky Taylor.
Rwanda. So maybe it's because you don't know. You just don't know.
Chucky cheese. What is Chucky cheese?
We just Google that.
As we speak right now, Chucky Taylor is in jail. He is languishing in jail in The Hague. The father is also languishing in The Hague. That is Charles Gangi Taylor. It is this man that brought them in. So when you want to talk, investigate them first before
when it came to card.
If you look at the visiting, if you look at, let me tell you,
none of you knew the guy, if not for Nnamdi Kanu. So that's why what warrants no man's statement.
But you go and investigate.
He's not somebody that we all know from anywhere. We don't know him from Adam. And let's move on from this issue and move on to better talks, man.
I think you people have laptop there. You browse whose Bruce Ben is.
That means it's not well known. They have to stop
all this unnecessary argument.
That's what one man is saying. Let's just move on.
And what he has done, done before in the International Criminal Court of Justice.
Don't do radio
Fine.
Biafra now.
This is how one man talks about every tribe, whether you are from the north, whether you are from the west or the east.
We don't know that.
But one thing I've noticed.
For me, I will.
But it's not talking bad now. He's just speaking to fact.
Of course, yeah. He has even called Showore that is like a Yoruba man. Nonsense.
I don't encourage such narrative. And if you are going to be here, if you are going to portray, this is your platform. You make it. You have to just be impartial.
What do you mean impartial? To allow you to
say things that people will understand. But when you begin to make derogatory statements,
can you hold on, Solly? Just hold on, Solly, man. Are you asking me to allow you to spread untruth? Is that what you're asking me to do?
When you put up some things, no.
Can you address that? Are you asking me to allow you to spread?
What is untruth?
You said Nnamdi Kanu.
What is untruth? Let me answer you. You asked me a question. Let me answer you.
You said Nnamdi Kanu's lawyers were prevented.
You said you don't want to allow me to spill untruth. Let me answer you.
Let me put you an untruth that you spread, and then you can tell me.
So are you repeating it to me? I have them in my head. You made it severally. Let me repeat.
You said Nnamdi Kanu's lawyers were prevented from entering the court. Is that true or false? Were they prevented from entering the?
That's false.
Can you not do that, Thomas, please? That question was for Vin. So Vin, you said Nnamdi Kanu, you said it severally, and you said it on different occasions that Nnamdi Kanu's lawyers were prevented from entering the court. Is that true?
It was true.
Look at that.
It was true. He was prevented from entering the court.
That is a lie.
He was prevented. Listen, you asked me a question. Will you allow me to run it down? Or you keep on interjecting?
That question is a straight question. That doesn't need a direct answer. You don't need to go too far. He just asks you a simple question. You were making a claim. I won't be on this platform and this kind of thing will happen. Maxwell, he has asked you a straight question. Give him a straight answer. You don't need to start.
I say it is not true. It is true. It is not. It is true that man was prevented from entering the court.
But that's not Nnamdi Kanu's main lawyer. Those are not. He's not their main. He's not his main lawyer.
What makes him different?
That's what he's trying to tell you. Even that case you are talking about, Showore was there too.
Do you know, my brother? Let me ask you something. Let me ask you one question. Do you know that this man was among, and his family members were among the people that were listed to visit Nnamdi Kanu in that detention? Do you know that this man came and he was refused to enter before this trial? So what are people doing?
That's not the point. He might have denied that man.
So I'm not here to defend Nigerian government because I have been there before.
But we are saying his lawyers
He's among his counsel of defense. What do you mean he's not his lawyer? He's among his counsel of defense.
And what I just said is true. He's part of people that should have been visiting him in that dungeon. And they didn't allow him.
And he was denied the first day. This man was crying.
If you don't know something, you just keep quiet and let people that knows talk. What do you mean it's not his lawyer? It's among his defense.
Never allowed him.
He's not licensed to.
People didn't hear you. People are talking this kind of thing. When people are listening, there are this. You cover a wide range of
Mike is not licensed in Nigeria yet, but he has been scrutinized before they included him. Do you think the Nigerian space would just allow him to be included among his defense? They scrutinized him first. He went through the rudiments.
No. He never went through. No.
He did. That's why he was among them.
He go through anything. He just showed up in Nigeria.
He went through. That's why he was among them. You cannot just come from anywhere and join.
I'm pretty certain that is not true as well. But please, let's not be too. That sort of Radio Biafra, just say anything and just make it up. It's not. I will recoil from that. So why not just do it? Just make up stuff and then try and force it down. But most
times, one man, you make up stuff here. Most times you make up stuff here. Most times.
What have I made up?
One man has always been biased when it comes to IPOB. There is there is
give us
underhand. You play underhand card.
Tell us
play
the
underhand
things,
card.
the ones you can
it's
remember.
going off the back of
When you
what
bring
Bia
something,
did
you just
yesterday.
rubbish it. You always try to rubbish people. You rubbish them with your own knowledge, what you believe that you know. You rubbish people
No, I
and
don't
commonize
rubbish.
people. That is
Come on, man.
that is
Come
bad.
on, man. You cannot say that. You cannot say that. I express my opinion just like you express yours, and I express it in my manner just as you express it in your manner. If I don't rate somebody highly, then I'm not going to. And by the way, these people are public figures, you know. I'm not talking about some person in their own private life. These are people who have put themselves forward in the public space to effect the public space. So they are fair game. Nnamdi Kanu is fair game. Showore is fair game. Buhari fair game. Tinubu fair game because they put themselves forward to impact on people's lives. So they are fair game, and you know I can call them as I see them, you know, and that is how I see them.
One man, can I say something?
Yeah.
Can I say something? Yes. But I just want you guys to know that the judge of a court has the power to decide who will be in his court. Did you agree with me?
Of course. I mean, they will disagree.
Yes. Yes, a judge has a right to decide who is going to be in his courtroom. So
100%.
if a judge said, I don't want you in my courtroom, stay away. Stay away from that. Must Bufrain, the lawyer in America, is he licensed to practice in Nigeria? No. Let's call the spade here.
So why is he there today? Why was he there today? Why was he there yesterday? The UK representative that came in there, why are they there just today?
You know, those are observer capacity, and that is discretionary.
So those observer capacity, and Bruce Wayne is on observer capacity as well. His principal is there. His principal is there. And you are telling me that he has no right to enter into that place?
Can he stand up and argue in court? Can he stand up and interject in court, Bruce Wayne? In the Nigerian court?
No, he cannot.
So then he's there as an observer.
Among his
and that is discretionary. You know, the court can refuse him entry if they feel that it's not pertinent to the case.
But he was in today now and yesterday now.
Yeah, so they gave him leeway.
We are just doing merry-go-round here. That's what we are doing, merry-go-round.
No, but this thing of international repute, and they did not refuse the lawyers' entry. They refused the American entry, and the lawyers did a solidarity thing to stay outside and make a public show. That was what happened. Even AJ4 said so. Yes, Tony, let's hear from you.
Thank you, sir. Good evening, everybody. Wado, Nado. So you know, Mike, how far now?
I did. How was it?
I got no wahala at all. So I beg, make you know say that this fight, you know, say Pikin say make my man not sleep. You know, he say no sleep. Now between I want to tell you, first of all, and then secondly, Nnamdi Kanu now just fuck up. Now he just called Gabaru everything. He's giving me a sleepless night. I don't know what he go fight for Kenya. If not, Nigeria could have been dismantled by now. Nigeria could have been a history. You know what I'm saying? So then on the other level again, so you know, when we are comparing a Nigeria system with the USA or with Albania or with Turkey, no, there's no comparison because Nigeria has no government. So it's a free for all fight. Free for all fight is what we are. So anybody can come to represent anybody. Somebody can come because the mission must be completed. What you know for somebody. So he has every right to be coming out every day, every second, every degree of the day, because you know, because the mission must be completed before he.
Tony, you know that it is not only Showore that has the right to exercise his fundamental rights. So if 1,000 people want to equally exercise that same right that Showore wants to exercise, should the court accommodate for that? 1,000 people turning up at Nnamdi Kanu's trial to exercise their fundamental rights? Should they
can I speak now? So can I answer you now? Can I answer you?
Go on.
Okay. So 200 million people have right because it is a free-for-all fight. Because there is no government. Nigeria is being ruled by mafia. You see, some Nota leaders mafia. You know, so anybody can come. 200 million people have got the right because it's a free-for-all fight. There's no.
Okay. So you are saying then that 200 million people can turn up at Nnamdi Kanu's trial, and the courts have to facilitate for that.
Yes, if need be, if people can be able to afford the transportation, but most of the people from our side, they don't want to go to the north to go and defend him, but he fucked up. Let them, whatever happened to him is his own, problem, because what has he got to do in Kenya? That's the biggest question.
Say, now juju, many people think invite go Kenya. When you go in sort of
No. Edo State is 100%. Edo State is 100%. Forget about Ejiro is very good man, but many people from Delta and Edo State, they like Showore. Showore is their hero there, and Nnamdi Kanu also they like him, but they said he cannot take over their states. But at least what he's fighting for is fighting for a just cause. There is no light. No road, no nothing. People have been dead, it's a big kid every day. They are attacking. Nobody can say that his family is not be attacked now. My family have been attacked, no matter how rich you are. You know what I'm saying? So please, let us come to this place and follow these guys. I'm sorry that Ajani Koko is now being convinced to be adopting this election. No election because there's no system in place. The vote will never count. You know what I'm saying? So that's it. Thank you, sir.
Well, all right. Thank you.
I want to say something, one man. Let me quickly say something.
Karen,
you see, right? I agree that Nnamdi Kanu's case is a high-profile case, yes, but attached with public hearing. So if Showore, among the 1,000 you are saying, choose to exercise his right, so be it. So be it. Nobody should tell him.
If 1,000 people turn up now, if 1,000 people turn up at that court to exercise their rights as Showore wants to, what should the court do? 1,000 people.
One man, 1,000 people cannot turn up. Just the way
Why not?
No, you can't say that now. Yeah. If Showore has the right,
I'm going to speak on this instance now. I'm going to speak on this instance now. He chooses to be there among the thousands you called. So, being there, he's exercising his right.
Yeah, but if 999 more people want to exercise that same right at that same time, what should the court do? What should the security structure do?
Yeah, but reverse now is the case. That is what I'm speaking to. Reverse is the case.
So Showore's right above others. He has more rights than others.
On this instance, they just the way he said in his video that you played, that the government of the day planted those hoodlums there. You heard him.
How does he know that?
How do you know that?
How does he know
it's
that?
Not me. Listen, it's not me. He said it. I didn't say it.
But how does
Hold on.
But
it's not me. He said it with his mouth.
Yeah, but you can't just take what he says wholesale.
No, I will take what he says more than what you are saying because he's the one on ground. You are not on ground.
The one on. Hold on. You hold on. You cannot take what anybody says wholesale because you have to marry it against reason and logic and how they came about it. So Showore is painting a picture, is it not? Because if you listen to that video, he said they came to. He said he went to the DSS to try and enter, and they politely told him to stay. Just look at that for a moment. They didn't hold him at that spot to have a conversation with him. They told him to cross to the other side of the road. Why did they tell them? That is a security move right there because they knew it was a high-octane situation. So they say your name is not on the list, but cross to the other side of the road. So that creates a buffer because it was a secure
One man,
space.
I believe the reason he's saying that is because the reason.
Can we walk through his words and then you can?
No, I believe this is my assumption. I believe the reason he's saying that is because this is not the first time attempt of such has been made against his life. So he has every reason to to prove them, prove them.
So attempts has been made against Israel by whom? By whom?
What do you mean by whom? By the government in place, of course.
Well, how do you know that? How do you know that?
He has always said. He has always cried out.
Because he said so, Abi. Because he said so.
If the government want to kiss you,
attempts have been made against this man's life. That is it.
In Abacha regime, they're gonna put through for him. It doesn't Abacha time. Oh boy, they go.
It's quite. It's quite a thing. Just this thing. Because
woman, do you know that even in America or Russia, all those countries, if you begin to threaten their national destiny, they will assassinate you, man. Those countries, they will assassinate you when you are threatening their national interest, things like that.
Is too much.
Yeah, I'm sick. Dude, look, especially Russia. They will just send assassin to take you out, man. But Nigeria, we need to give some more props.
Those are the points we are making earlier on. Like, Showore needs to know what he's doing. I don't see why he's going there. Even you have an appeal case that you went there to,
and he still went to go and still going somewhere else.
When you should be focusing on people that are outside.
The guy really disappointed me. Showore is a big disappointment because it was gaining momentum politically. Yeah, it was gaining momentum politically, and everybody. I mean, the way it was moving,
if you think what I said, was it the before yesterday about Showore?
But I don't see why you people are calling him a disappointment. I don't agree. I keep asking, how will you talk to the average man in Nigeria, not the intellectuals, the people on the road? And he has found a system that works. It may seem embarrassing
by going to Kanu's case.
But if the system is working, every time DSS have arrested him, people would have protested. Nobody protests when they arrest this guy.
Let's see what happens. Let's see what
happens until they kill him. Until somebody stabs him when he's going to go and visit, to go to the court to see Nnamdi, somebody just stabbed him. That's going to be the news. They say they don't know hoodlums stab Showore.
To you, it may seem embarrassing.
That is what Nigeria has become.
That's what I'm saying. So we have to focus.
That's what Nigeria has become. Because when he went there,
why is Showore putting his nose in another man's business? That's what we are talking about. We are not talking about him doing. Why is he putting his nose?
Was there for control. And when he left,
Vin, nobody can hear you, Vin. You just keep talking. But there are three other voices overwhelming yours. But let's hear from, was that D or Solly?
He's putting his
sorry, carry on. I've just made my point.
Because that is where the attention is. Do you expect him to put his nose where there is no attention? This is a strategy.
That's why they broke his nose now.
Okay, but is it not working? You fight for what you want. Are you not the same people that that you should fight for this kind of thing?
He's fighting senselessly. That's what I'm telling you. Listen, he's committing political assassination. That's what he's doing.
You go there and do it properly. You go there and do it properly. Show him how it's done.
Why would I go and do
it? When he's in that place, that's how they'll say hoodlums go there. They stab him, he's dead. And it will be dead case. I'm telling you. That is why we are saying, why is it even to me, election is coming. You have plans for Nigeria.
He won't even be allowed to run the next election. The guy already put himself. They already took it. He won't be allowed to run it.
No, he won't
be there all the time. He's always been going to that guy's case. You can't be there all the time. Now I think you should be focusing on even different things because the election is coming.
Instead of focusing on how you get his party back. They already hijacked his party from
you know why he goes to Nnamdi Kanu's trials. Because he knows that is where all the cameras are there. So he knows that's where this is the thing now. This is the thing. He's a funny guy. He's a funny guy.
So you're saying he doesn't care about Kanu? Is that what you're saying?
No, he cares about Kanu. The guy was in his court just the day, just answering his own case. You have your day in court. You go and relax and
instead make you answer your own case.
Lawyers, but you run out of your own court.
Do you see Kanu coming to his own case?
In Nnamdi Kanu's court, because
anybody but not those camp coming
exactly. Do you see any IPOB going to Showore's case to go and help Showore?
No, people are even saying
IPOB don't care about you, but you are jumping on their side.
I expect him to be doing other things right now because there are a lot of loopholes everywhere you can tap into. People are fighting each other in the party. You can start tapping into it.
The guy is another Victor Banjo. You go to care for what no concern you.
I said,
what will no concern you? Go join Biafran army. His name Biafran army, and then kill you. They
bring up
don't like
something,
you. Get
but
away,
you won't
mind your own
even be the
business.
one to
I
go
don't
for the
know. Who are we
presidency.
listening to? Yeah. We didn't hear what you said, D, so repeat it. Yeah, repeat what you
I
just
said
said.
he has the capacity to start that revolutionary due diligence thing we were talking about, but I don't think it fits to even be a president of a country.
You know what just strikes me, D, because these are his own words. He said he went to his own appeal, the court of appeal, to go and attend his own case. So he said that day in court that has he then done debriefing with his lawyers? No, he didn't even wait to debrief with his lawyers. Straight away, he charged into the car to rush to Nnamdi Kanu's side because all the cameras are there so that he can do that ton thing that he does for the cameras. So traditionally, he gets his beating as usual. But mind you, in February 16, when Nnamdi Kanu is presented in court, he will turn up again because he will tell you that I am fighting for rights. Why don't you fight for left for a change? Just ridiculous. It's a ridiculous guy.
Honestly, but
fighting for
I don't know
rights.
why people are saying this thing in a way they are saying it. If you say this comment, some people would think you are not saying the right thing or you have something against some people. Let's just say things the way they are. I don't say why Showore is in that place today. Number one, you went to the court even for your own appeal case. Number two, the thing you were fighting for, election is coming. Election is a chance for you to even achieve part of what you are trying to achieve. We've not heard you say anything about this election, your plans, how you are trying to build momentum, people you've been talking to, saying you having meeting up and down different states, even if it's in the Southwest, you are busy. How many people come from IPOB camp going to Showore's case when he had his own case?
Do you know that he was one of the IPOB members that he put in his party that hijacked the party from him? One guy from
It's
the guy that they already been showing that they don't like him. They already been showing once.
Change anything for
Nnamdi Kanu, their master.
All right,
how does that change anything for him?
Let's hear from Q. Let's
hear from Q. So yeah, I was going to. How did you know that's where I was going to go? So Q.
You need to hear the northern voice now.
Yeah. Let's hear from Q. So Q, you've been listening to the conversation, and this Showore fella, he had his day in court. Quickly, the judge even didn't say go. He jumped into the car and sped James Bond style to where Nnamdi Kanu was having his own situation. The DSS told him to excuse himself, but of course, Showore, as ever, constitutes a nuisance to the space. So rather than talking about Nnamdi Kanu, we have now spent the last 40-50 minutes talking about Showore. So what are you making of this Showore thing? Is it a clout-chasing, attention-seeking, or asserting his fundamental rights? RQ?
All of the above.
Look at that. I told you this guy is a politician. But expand on that.
That's what I want to say right now. The thing is, if you look at his past, he came from activism. As a student leader, he was very, very popular during the annulment, after the annulment of the elections of 93. He became very popular after the annulment. In fact, during the crisis in Lagos and all that. He went to America after all the crisis, did what he had to do. Between 2005, after Sahara Reporters was set up, he became in fact, much more popular than he was during the elections. Because of the Sahara Reporters, he was able to set up, and at the same time, he was able to get news and disseminate news much more than the mainstream media. So that gave him an edge over all those who are in journalism. So he was able to put the two together, activism and journalism. He was able to protest, he was able to mobilize people, and he was able to disseminate information as well, from the presidency to what was happening in the ministries and all that. So he became extremely popular, and people really liked him during that period. Not until 2009, during the Safe Nigeria group by Pastor Tunde Bakari and all that, Jonathan came in. Now, immediately after Jonathan came in, and then before the 2015 elections, it was like his star started declining. And that was because he disengaged. There was some form of disengagement. And to an extent, a lot of people have been saying he must have been together with those who are in the system. because the decline was in such a way that people stopped getting news the way they
Oh,
used to.
hold on. Let me pause you there. You said he must have been together with people who were in the system. Is that a coded word for dollar bags? He collected his own
Well, a
dollars,
lot of
Abi?
people, a lot of
Yeah.
people, a lot of people, a lot of people do say that because
Yes,
no
I
longer,
think so too. He
yeah,
collected his
a lot of
dollars.
people,
Yeah.
a lot of people were saying that. So that really affected him, and to an extent, that tarnished his image, because if you are an activist and then at the same time you get into journalism, these two things you cannot afford to compromise, because if you compromise in any way, it will affect your image in such a way that you will no longer be able to pull people. You no longer have a say over people. You will no longer have that that cloud. You will no longer have that. You will not be able to talk to people, to control, to an extent, even manage people. So that, to an extent, and if you look at it, since Jonathan came into power, and in fact after Jonathan after he lost his election, it was like his star it's been declining. Immediately after Jonathan won his 2011 election, it just has been going down and down and down. So he's no longer as popular as he used to. Sahara Reporters, led by Shore back in 2005, 6, and all that, it was like the main thing. The main thing. It was the main thing. It really shook the country at a point in time. So that is it pretty much. So
he's trying to regain past glories. It's essentially what you're saying. He's trying to regain past glories.
Yeah, he's trying to do that, but at the same time, in my opinion, I think it's going to be extremely difficult to do that. There are two things that you cannot afford to compromise. I mean, that is what people have been saying to an extent. You cannot afford to compromise as a journalist. You cannot afford to compromise as an activist. When you champion people's cause, you must be able to be open, blunt, transparent, and more importantly, accountable.
All right, thank you, Q. So there you heard it. Jore is a busted flush, a spent force, a man of the past. Odabo is what in those elegant flowery words of Q is telling you that Jore is past tense. So Jore past tense, but our future tense. What are you making of this high price of petrol in the southeast? Because I cannot see a reason why that should be. D was saying is essentially because of the activities of insurgents there, essentially ESN and unknown gunmen. But I cannot see how that coheres, that region will have the highest at pump price for petrol. What do you think underpins that?
Well, funny enough, I do have a couple of friends who are into petrol retailing.
Oil bunkering, Abi. Are you a bunkerer? Are you a bunkerer?
No.
Look at that. You want me to inform the authorities?
They retail. Take it easy. They retail.
No, yeah,
and that is exactly. It is a very, very important question, in that this will reveal to you some of the problems we have as a country. I want you to understand this question. When you look at it, the Southeast is very close. In fact, one of the states or two of the states in the Southeast are oil-producing states. And more importantly, the Port Harcourt, Warri in Delta, those places are refineries. The distance is not that much compared, to the Southeast when you compare it to the North or the Southwest. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yes.
Now, yet it is more expensive in the Southeast. The question you ask is very important, in that why is it so expensive compared to other places, even far, way in terms of distance, far away from the source compared to the Southeast? The reason is this, based on what I heard from people who are into the business, who have fuel stations and things like that. They said it's quite difficult for them to establish fuel stations in the Southeast. And someone challenged me, and he asked me this question. He said I should ask anyone that I know if there's anybody who is not from the Southeast who runs a fuel station in the Southeast. So I was unable to come up with an answer because I don't have any idea. But he asked me this question. He said, "Please."
So are you saying it is difficult for a non-indigene? Is what you're saying?
Well, that's what he told me. Well, what he told me was that I should ask if I know anyone who is not from the Southeast who has a fuel station in the Southeast. That's what he told me. He said go to the Southwest, go to the South, you see a lot of people who are not from there, who have established, who are into the business of, the Folawios and the rest of them, the Ranos, and there are people who are into these businesses. And he asked, he just told me that. He said, I should just ask. And I asked him, why are you giving me this question? He said, no, I just want you to confirm if there's anyone you know who is into that business, who will tell you if there's anyone he knows or she knows that runs a fuel station, a gas station in the Southeast, but is not from that region.
Oh, all right, thank you.
Yeah, woman, that's true. I hear that a lot. Like, once somebody told me that the Southeast seems to be not attractive for investment because the culture there, they are not so welcoming towards outsiders. So a lot of investment that could have gone there don't go there.
No, sorry. And another thing that is important here is that long before now, they've been, petrol has been expensive. They've been selling it at an expensive rate there in the Southeast long before now. Someone called.
But why is that? Because it's a middle income region. It's not especially wealthy, but it's not poor either. So it's not as though they have a lot of money.
The former aide to Peter Obi, who was the governor of Anambra State, on Channels Television, he said that himself. I watched it. He said long before now they've been buying petrol at an expensive rate in Anambra State. That was what he said. He said that.
All right. Let's hear Prof on this. Prof, are you there, or have you got away to do other things? I wanted to hear Prof on that. Okay. As we wait for Prof to join us, let me sound you Q on this judgment from that Nnamdi Kanu got with regards to September 2017, the Python dance. So the courts have returned their verdict and they've declared it unconstitutional and illegal and an infringement on his fundamental human rights, to the point that they've invited, not even invited, but ordered the Nigerian structures to pay this guy 1,000, not 1,000, imagine 1,000 naira. I think they will just put a lot of. So they're inviting them to pay 1 billion naira as compensation to this guy. So that's the verdict. One, we know that the Nigerian government, they don't have any regard for court pronouncements. But the army are now saying they are awaiting the judgment to study it in order to respond. So what are you making of that? But what Nnamdi Kanu's lawyer is saying is that this judgment, essentially, it nullifies the bench warrant that Justice Binta Nyako put out on Nnamdi Kanu when he fled from the country, which is to say that he jumped bail. But this verdict now saying that what happened was an illegality, then that means that he did not jump bail but fled for his life, which then negates that bench warrant. So all of that are your faults, Q.
Okay. Well, I'm going to say two things before I comment on this. The first is that I am not an expert in legalese. I'm not an expert in law. I'm not proficient in that. That's one. Secondly, honestly speaking, this is a really, really contentious issue. The issue has snowballed in a situation whereby it's quite difficult for one to say anything that he believes about this personality, about Kanu himself. For anyone to comment, you're being seen as if you are against the people of the Southeast. Whatever you say, people see as if you're not just a critic, but you are
speak freely and man up. No, they will beat you up as they just beat me up now, but still stand up.
No. In my own situation, I just want people to be factual in presenting their arguments. You just don't come out and say things because you were told. You just don't come out and say things because you want to hear them. You just don't come out and say things because you heard them. You need to verify. You need to go back, check the history, and that is very important, the veracity of whatever it is that you heard. But people tend to be so emotive in such issues without using any form of logic to analyze what is really going on from the past to this moment that we are. So having said those two things, what I would like to say is this. He is already standing a trial in Abuja. And as you said, if the judgment that was passed today really negate what the trial he's standing for right now, well, in my own opinion, I think strongly so that they have already introduced new charges as at yesterday. That's what I heard, about 10 or 15 or so number of charges. And apart from that, she has already, there are two separate courts. In terms of jurisdiction, there are two different things as well. So he was already standing trial before this woman, you know, and clearly, based on what we read in the papers and based on what we saw on television, he violated the bail conditions before they sent soldiers there. Whatever the case is, that is what we saw on television. That's what we saw on the newspapers. We read that. Whatever the case is, he is currently standing a trial before the woman who gave him bail, and he left. He never showed up. So at the end of the day, it largely has to do, to a large extent, it has to do with whatever it is she comes up with, where he's currently standing trial.
Okay, so you rightly said that new charges have been levied against him. The original charges were 7 and it's been increased to 15. All of them under the banner of treasonable felony and terrorism.
Yeah.
And some of the charges include incitement to burn down public structures, incitement to disrupt the functioning of the state, incitement to an invitation to his adherents to attack and do away with the lives of family members of security chieftains. So a lot of this, and they are saying that all of this, a lot of these allegations that he said that publicly in his broadcast, to the point that the government lawyers actually brought systems into the court to play Nnamdi Kanu making this pronouncement. So what are you making of these new charges? Incitement to destroy public property, incitement to attack the lives of family members of security personnel, and all of these things. So do you think that some of these charges he has to answer to them at the very least? Yeah.
If they can present a really strong, watertight, concrete evidence before the court, definitely he has to answer those. Because, I mean, did it really happen? You cannot incite people to commit such acts of criminality, attacking officers of the law, the police. I mean, you can't do that. You
burn down public building, you know.
That is what I'm saying. Yeah. And the thing is that there are videos, you have audios. I mean, if you're to do verification of the audio, you know definitely what you're going to come up with. Is he the one or is he not the one? Pretty much that is it. As I said earlier on, I'm not an expert. I'm not proficient in that. I'm not. I mean, in legal, in law. But there are a lot online. There are a lot everywhere that you can present to the court of law. Incitement, attacking officers of officers of law and things like that. These are.
I don't think I've heard an Nnamdi Kanu broadcast. Not from memory, that he did not say was like, you will be killed, you will die. These are regular pronouncements in his broadcast. You will be killed, you will die.
If you allow me, you know, that's exactly the reason why I said earlier on I wanted to say two things, and I said those two things I wanted to say. First, about the law, and then secondly about how people are emotive, particularly people from the Southeast. I can understand. He is one of you. I can understand. He is your son. He's your brother. He's even someone's father. But that does not negate. That should not negate the fact on ground. What really happened? What led to this situation? I mean, we cannot deny the things that are happening. We can't deny that. Believe you me, sincerely, a lot of things are happening in this country that are just not right. You know, but and to add to that, I'm telling you this: if you think the government is going to win, then I'll be surprised. And personally, I don't think the government is going to win, because the Ministry of Justice is full of bungling cases. They are fond of it.
Well, is Utman Danfodio University now?
I mean, when you look at it from the kind of lawyers they hire, from the kind of lawyers that present their cases, you cannot help it but ask yourself, what exactly are these people doing? And what I'm scared of,
just to what you said, I think they will score some minor victories, but they will not land the big punch.
The thing is this. I said earlier on, right? Personally, I don't care if the country gets into whatever, if they dismember the country in whatever way they want to, or disintegrate in whatever way they want to do it. All that people are against is the violence that comes with it. You can do these things without getting into violence. I mean, the sit-at-home order is good, but when you're doing it, do not enforce it. Do not coerce people to do that. You understand me? You already have a lot of people. Mobilize. Continue doing that. If you think that is in your best interest and that will work for you, go ahead and do that. But what is important is this: we cannot negate. We are not oblivious of what happened in the past. A lot of things happened in the past that led to this current situation. I said earlier on, I have no confidence in this government. I mean, the government itself, it has no good image. It has tarnished its image. Immediately when, I'll give you an example, before October 2020, the NSAS thing happened, which really, in my opinion, that is when this government came to an end, if we are being honest. But before that, in fact, any serious person who is working in the current government ought to have resigned. What happened in Abuja, on the streets of Abuja? Thugs, and criminals were on the streets attacking people that were protesting. That alone should have made people who were honest and reasonable, who are working in this government, to resign. Ideally, any other person who continued to work up till this moment does not have an iota of integrity. Because what happened then, ideally, people should have been apprehended, should have been prosecuted. So that is what I'm saying. I mean, that is on the part of the government, and on this case, honestly speaking, what I think is that this guy has completely misled his people. That is just my opinion. I strongly believe that he has misled people. I just don't know what led him to this situation. But
speculate on that. What do you think propels him? What do you think propels Nnamdi Kanu? And do you think? Hold on. I want to ask you subjective views now, not based on fact, but based on instinct. So, from your subjective view, you're just instinctually, what do you think propels Nnamdi Kanu, one? And do you think he really believes in this Biafran narrative that is propelling, that's promoting to his people? So, what do you think propels him, and do you think he actually truly believes in this Biafra storyline that he presents?
When you say what propels him, I cannot give one answer. I'm going to give like a couple of answers. First, I think it could be maybe out of anger. Only God knows where the anger is coming from, because from the way he speaks and talks and the way he says things, you know that. That's one. Two, is he getting money from people who are trying to mobilize and help him mobilize and do that financially? Only God knows. I have no idea, but that can be a reason. Thirdly, and more importantly, is out of arrogance. I mean, not arrogance, ignorance. He's completely ignorant of what happened in the past. Because no one who has the history of what happened and led to the civil war will allow this thing to happen. If you truly have the history of civil war, what led to this situation? No person in control of his senses will allow this to happen. That's what I strongly believe.
And do you think he actually believes the Biafra storyline, or is it just an ego space? Is it just a space for him to park his ego? Is he just parking his ego in that narrative? Or is it something that you think he fervently believes?
Honestly, I can't say if he truly believes. If I'm asked on a scale of 1 to 10, I should rate if he believes it. 10 being yes, he believes it, and 1 being no, he doesn't. I'm going to say 6, between 6 or I can't say precisely if he believes it or not, because look, I can't say. But then the kind of things that do move him to do that, as I said earlier on, these things are important. First, it could be out of anger, and only God knows, because of the way he's been talking, where the anger is coming from. Secondly, because a lot of people are mobilizing and donating money for that cause as he preached it. And then thirdly, because of ignorance. He has no idea whatsoever about what happened in the past. That is why he's pursuing these goals.
One man. Can I ask a question? A question for this guy?
Me too. I have the question.
Yeah.
Let me ask a question, please, sir. Tony? Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Yeah. Thank you, sir. So, Mr. Q, how are you now? Mr. Q.
Go ahead. I'm listening.
So, Nnamdi Kanu, did not. So you want to know why Nnamdi Kanu decided to come out like in the way that he came out, because his people were being killed, and then I'm from Edo State and Oyo State also. So those two states, people are being killed. You know what? So notably, this man from Igogon be killed. Then in Auchi, Benin Road, they are these northerners are coming over to kill people, and then they are killing people in the south. That's also why this guy came out. Okay. So and then there is no government, because the government is being led by a certain, only one part of one section of the country, who are, whenever we arrest them, they say no, there's order from above. That is why Nnamdi Kanu came out. So it was not about the civil war that took place 100 years ago. It is about what is happening right now. Right on, sir.
All right, thank you. And who else said they wanted to put a position? Was that you, Solly?
Yes. Tony
it's
said
me, one
exactly
man.
what I... No, me too. I wanted to ask a question.
Go Solly first. Yeah.
Tony said exactly what I wanted to say to Q. That if
I ask you a question?
Wait, hold on. Let me finish. If these people were not angry, he will not get funding. If these people were not angry, the whole East will not be having a sit at home. And I understand that most people in the North do not understand the anger of the people in the East. They are being marginalized, but not in a very obvious way.
No. Why do you say that?
No. Allow him, please. Allow him.
No, because I interrogate that space. You say they are marginalized.
The word marginalization he used is very important. Just so continue.
But I do not feel like it's a full-blown marginalization. But I do feel like sometimes, not all the time, sometimes there are some issues that they are put as like the lowest class of citizens in Nigeria. They
like
are not
when?
being
Cite
treated
an
fairly.
example. Cite an example.
Well, economically, they...
In what way?
Well,
have you seen Obi Kobana? Have you seen Obi Kobana? What do you mean economically?
Some people are just easy to be brainwashed. They just
e-money.
I just realized this. I have no example of where they are being marginalized.
They are not marginalized, man. They just brainwash you, man.
Okay, let's hear from Vin, and then Q can sweep up all the put things. So Vin, and then Q can sweep it up. So Vin, put your
And Thomas is here as well. I have a question for Q.
Hold on. Let's hear Vin first, then Q address that so he's not overwhelmed. Yeah.
Q, are you in Nigeria or you're outside Nigeria?
No, that's personal. No. Go directly to the question.
Now, if you are in Nigeria, you will not be making this comment that you made right now. I will tell you that I was in Nigeria for many years before I resigned from the military and came back to my father's country. That's number one. I experienced what happened in that particular space that you are speaking of. You spoke of arrogance. You spoke of anger. Well, did you remember the time when this particular government took a loan and shared it among all the 5 regions and the exempt Southeast? Did you remember that?
Well, what about the second Niger bridge, Vin?
No, listen to me. I'm asking someone question.
We don't know anything about that.
Did you remember when the federal government of Nigeria contracted loan, which everybody will pay, share it among the rest of the 5 regions, and exempted Southeast?
Is it only the Southeast that is paying for the loan to build second Niger bridge?
But what are you insinuating?
What I'm saying is that one of the biggest projects.
One man, that question was not placed to you. One man, wasn't placed to you.
No, but it's a leading question. But okay, anyway, Q, you're robust enough, so you address that, and then Thomas puts his question.
Now, another question for you, Q. That is number one. Number two, how many times have you seen an average Igbo man, a businessman, come into your space, occupy your bushes, take over your bushes, and begin to kill your own people in your own space? These are my questions. Thank you.
Okay, I think you would not kill.
Well, man, let me say something, man.
Yeah, go on.
Let me say something. The way the federal government, the way the federal government dispense funds to states is through allocations, and no one can tell me there's been a time where they dispense allocation to all 5 or is it 4, 5 regions, and they didn't dispense allocation to the southeast. So I find it difficult to believe that.
It's no secret.
Mike.
This is no secret. I know what Vin is talking about. It's
Mike,
no
I am
secret.
not
people
talking
make things up a lot, yeah, man.
It's on the internet. It's no secret. All
I posted it on the internet.
Mike. Hold on, Mike. Mike. One thing that struck me. I say Radio Biafra all the time, and when I say that, people attack me. They say I'm anti something. But what Solly just did there is the perfect example of what I mean. So he tells us that they've been marginalized. So then you press him on that, and he say, I don't actually know, but I just hear them say it. I just hear them say it. You see, this is the thing. It's propaganda, isn't it? It is propaganda. Because they repeat it so much that
Can you answer my question?
I think Q may well have stepped away from his.
And one man, the people you really have to blame for this situation is the Nigerian government, because
I think
this whole propaganda, right? It started with Ojukwu and some clique of them. When they started brainwashing, that propaganda has been going on since the end of that civil war.
Let you answer his question.
Nigerian, let me line my statement. The Nigerian government never did anything to go to that space to counter any of those. So now you have a situation where someone like Kanu was raised with that propaganda, and that propaganda has created anger in him.
You answer his question.
Hold
keep
on.
talking.
But Q doesn't
You
seem
just
to be there.
out of sense.
You guys calm down. Well, it may not make sense. But most of you guys look at a perfect example with someone like Charles when it comes here. You could tell that this kid, everything he's fed all his life has been just rubbish and propaganda. You could say from his behavior now, his actions. That's what he started with. That generation of Ojukwu, and Ojukwu did it because he wanted to cover his ass. From
one man,
he wanted to exempt himself from any blame for what happened to his people.
If I am the one that is talking the way Mike is talking here,
I'm telling you the truth, man. I'm telling you the truth. If you can prove that what I'm saying is a lie, prove it. But you don't need to be upset that I'm saying what I
don't know nothing.
Let the
propaganda that used to raise the lost that generation.
We have too many overlapping voices, so nobody has actually heard anything.
You allow somebody to make such comments.
Yeah, because everybody is talking one mic. Everybody is talking. This everyone is talking. Nobody is talking.
You're still doing it. So I didn't actually hear. Any.
I asked 2 questions, and the person I directed the question has not even responded. Mike just jumped in and
well, he didn't want to answer now. We didn't hear him. So
he was not there. He just came back. He was not there. Just came back.
And that was why he has come. But Mike,
man, for goodness sake, settle down, please. Settle down.
That was why one man gave Mike a chance to speak.
Yes,
hold
on, D. Exactly what D is saying. You asked the question. We were waiting for the Q to respond. He was not responding. So that then tells us that it's either that his system has looked out or he has stepped away. And then Mike just wanted to insert his own commentary, which you may disagree with, or you cannot say he doesn't have the right. Well, this is what he thinks now. Are you saying he should not say it, Vin?
Q, please answer my question if you are there.
Okay, thank you.
Did you hear his question? Did you hear
my question?
Eloquently, I got your question.
All right, so to it.
Yeah. First, you spoke about the country collected money and they were unable to give any of the southeastern states money out of that in form of loan. That's one. And then secondly, you spoke about herders going to the south and killing people, right? Right? If I got you,
that's broadly it. Yeah.
Okay. Cool. So going back to the first question, if really what you're saying really happened, of which I'm not sure of, that will be absolutely wrong. But one thing really happened when this administration came into power in 2015. It decided to share money to all the states in terms of bailout. No state was exempted, because the CBN governor came and made it clear to the administration that there's virtually no money in the coffers of the country. That was what the CBN governor said. He did not dispute that. The president made it clear to the people. He said when they came, there was no money in the coffers of the country. They called the CBN governor to testify, to explain to them what is really happening, and he explained to them. He showed them the books. So what they did was to collect loan and distribute in form of loan, in form of bailout to each and every one of the states within the country. You can go back and check that. That is one. Two, you spoke about others going to the south, killing and doing that to farmers, all over the country.
No, that's not my question. That was not my question.
Yeah,
that was not my question.
That was my question, Tony.
Listen, I asked you a question. I said,
yeah,
this particular government contracted loan.
Yeah.
Loan for the whole federation, and the southeast region was also going to pay back the loan.
Okay.
That particular loan was shared among the 5 regions. Listen. And the southeast was exempted, and this prompted the southeast legislators to go to Abuja. To ask why. They asked the president why.
Let him address it.
Please allow me to answer that question. You said the Southeast legislators went to Abuja and asked question, really, why? Why are they not giving the money? Okay, just hold on, please. Just hold on. Hold on for me. Hold on. The current Minister of Works, Fashola, came out. I'm going to give you the address, Arise Television. You can go back, check the YouTube. He spoke about it. They collected money in form of sukuk bone. When they collected that money, what they did was to go to each and every one of the geopolitical zones, the 6 of them. And there is no one zone. That was what the Minister of Works, the current Minister of Works, Fashola, said on television. He said there is no zone in the country that did not benefit from the current sukuk bond that the country received of 100 billion naira. So, when you say these things, right, and no one from the Southeast came and said, to go against what he said. No one did that. This interview happened not up to 2 months ago. In fact, a month ago. You can go back and check. Please, I'm giving you. It was conducted by Aras Television. It was a lady who interviewed him. I'm giving you the details now. And she asked him.
Right.
So what she told him was that, what he told her was very clear. He said the government applied for loan through Sukuk. We got over 100 billion naira. And what we did was to make sure that each and every one of the 6 geopolitical zones were able to benefit from that loan. So you are here telling me this is what Southeast legislators said?
No, this is what they told him on Radio Biafra. They told him on Radio Biafra.
And no one senator, went against Biafra. Do you understand what I'm saying? So what I'm telling you is this, right? I am not saying you are wrong.
I will give you. I will get the link and I will give it to you. I will give it to you on the private chat. Why?
Okay. Please hang on. Hold on. Let me tell you this. I am not. Look. Let me tell you this, right? I am not against whatever it is that you're pursuing. I am not saying, and when you said arrogance, I didn't say arrogance. What I was talking about was ignorance. He did not know. I was not talking about arrogance. I'm not saying your Kanu he's arrogant. No, I'm saying he's ignorant.
He is arrogant. He is arrogant and ignorant.
But it's either I said this. I said it's either he was doing that out of anger, or maybe he was trying to get money that's financially from people who are mobilizing for the cause that he's trying to preach, or for he's ignorant of the history of what really happened. That was what I said. I didn't say arrogance. I said ignorant. He's ignorant of what really happened in the past. So that's just by the way. And then
Mr. Q, that was my question, sir, because you said ignorant. So ignorant in the sense of what? When in your village, hold on, in your village or your town or your state, people are coming from the north to come out from the south to come and kill your people, to come and destroy the farm, and rape hold on, and rape our women, and then they destroy our crops. Then only to be waiting and they threaten us that we're not going to bring tomato to us. What do you want us to do? The guy has to do it. He has to carry gun and fight you people back. Right on.
I got your question. Thank you, Tony. I got your question, and this is what I want to tell you. Okay, these things that you said, based on what we had, they've been happening. Herders coming with their cows, allowing their cows to get into people's farms in the south, committing a lot of criminalities and things like that. No one will deny these things. They've been happening for years. Do you understand what I'm saying? But
yeah, I'm hearing you. I'm hearing you. But recently, hold on. Recently,
hold on,
yeah,
Tony, hold
okay.
on.
Okay. Let me finish.
Everybody hold on. Everybody
Okay.
hold on. Q is not the spokesperson for the North. He's not. He's just
Okay.
another. Is just another individual like the rest of
Oh,
us.
all
So
right. All
he's
right.
just and what Q is saying is not the view of is the North. It is his subjective view.
My
view. He
Okay.
happens. Yeah. So just know that. So don't
Okay.
put upon him
Okay. Not
everything
so
that
much
you hold
power.
against the North. Q is just
Okay.
one of our. Is just one of us.
He's our brother.
Yeah.
Yeah, like a Guinea, like a Guinea, and Jaffa.
One man, I think he opened that space saying Nnamdi Kanu is ignorant.
So you know what? Mr. Q.
Can Tony mute himself? Tony,
Mr.
can you
Q.
mute yourself?
No, wait. I just want to ask the last question now. Mr. Q, sir, my brother, how are you? Are you there?
Come on, Tony. Now we're waiting.
Okay. So what we are saying that the problem is that these boys are coming without cows. That is, if you see what they did in Oyo State, in Edo State, they killed one big man from Germany in Oyo State, at Igogo, that was providing employment for about 10,000 people in our community there. And then they went to Auchi and they saw somebody that was also sponsoring a lot of students. So they are not coming with cows. That's the problem we are having right now. Right on. Why is it like that, sir?
One man, all these strong languages they are using. I hope YouTube is not going to give you a strike.
This is the thing. I keep saying people just, but carry on. What can I do? They've already used it. Yeah.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, sir.
Okay, good. Listen, Mr. Tony, I want you to understand something, okay? Anyone who involves himself in violence, anyone who involves himself in such acts that are dubious or nefarious, is nothing but a criminal, regardless of where you're coming from, regardless of who you are, whatever ethnicity you belong. That is who you are. You are a criminal. That does not exempt anyone. What I want to make it clear to you here is this. Very simple. There was like an uproar within the country, especially in the South. Hello?
No.
This is it. We have so many
gremlins. If you are not speaking, can you mute yourself? If you are not speaking, mute yourself.
Including you, Thomas.
I was muted before.
Okay, good. Okay, so let me just sorry, carry on. Yeah, otherwise they won't let you go.
No, it was not Tom. It was not Tom that did.
No, just carry on. Yeah.
Okay, so as I was saying, whatever it is, whoever is engaged, whoever is involved in violence, he is nothing but a criminal. Whoever is involved in robbery, he's nothing but a criminal. Whoever is involved in this nefarious act, he's nothing but a criminal. There is no. I mean, you cannot distinguish that from any other thing. That's the simple word. People made a very big mistake when there was an uproar. What did they do? They used the name ethnic group of those who are involved in herding, and whatever happened, kidnapping, killing, they attach it to the Fulanis, and that's the biggest mistake they made. They shouldn't have done that. What they ended up doing was to provide a cover for criminals that are not of Fulani extraction. Last month, someone from Ekiti was caught. A young boy, not more than 13 years of age. He was involved in criminality and he was dressed like a Fulani. In Ibadan, it happened. In a hotel. More than 5 people, a gang, they kidnapped someone and they were told the Fulanis. So what I'm saying is that a mistake was made by people, particularly those who are in the media, generalizing and having that, attaching it to criminality.
No, I don't think I can allow you to get away with that, Q. Because even the Sultan of Sokoto, the governor of Katsina, they've all come out to point in that direction.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
Ever since this happened, I want you to find out and check. And please tell those, kindly ask those, because I heard you once, you said you're from Ibadan. Kindly ask those from your community if they know any Fulani man who is going to Ibadan right now that has never been there, if they know anyone, because based on what I had, I asked questions and I read in the papers, someone told me that they have decided, all of them that normally go there, that are not based there, but they normally go there for herding, they have decided to move out, except those who have been there for years. All those who normally go there to visit, immediately this thing happened, most of them have decided to move out. Most of them are, and what I'm saying right now is this, you can ask, because I had to ask questions. And make no mistake about this. The reason why I'm telling you this is because the problem with the hardest. Excuse me, please. Let me finish with this point.
Let him land. Yeah.
With the hardest and the farmers, it happened to a farmer that I know. They went and messed up his farm. What he did, he took them to the court. He was crying. I saw someone who this happened to. But now what they're telling me is that what is happening is that most of them are kind of migrating. So what I want you to know is that apart from those who have been domiciled in the south for years, there is nobody now who is going there with his cow herding the way they used to do. And please, I want you people to just not go against whatever it is I'm saying now. Kindly call anyone you know in your community and just try to find out and ask, are there people who used to move transverse the way they do? The pastoralists, those who used to move the cow, are there people who do this now? Do they see people doing that now? Now, do they see them?
Okay, no. Now a very friendly.
Hold on. Okay, all right. Hold on. Yourself in. I want to move.
Sorry, Tom wanted to ask a question.
Okay. One man. It's okay. He has done his best. I just want to give a friendly question now, a very friendly one that everybody would love.
No. Thank you.
Okay. I will give it at my final my roundup. Okay.
Tom, ask a question.
Let him be there. Can I ask him? Just 20 seconds.
No, Tony, please now.
Okay. I will hold on till the round-up time. Round up.
Oh, goodness. One man. Did you ask him about Tinubu?
No, I was going to take him there, but he wants to hear your question. So you ask that question, and we make that.
It's me.
You see, your voice sounds so similar. This is what people say. But yes, so Thomas, put the question, and then I want to move the Q on to another talking point.
Okay, Q.
Yeah, Q.
Sorry, Thomas Vin. Yeah.
Tom.
Q. Thank you for coming to this forum. I just want to ask you. I'm happy you are from North. Are you really
happy? No. Why are you happy it's from the north? What's the happiness?
No. I'm happy. Let me finish my word.
What do you mean you are happy from the north?
Come on, let's push for time. Let's push. Thomas, go ahead.
Let me finish my word. One man. I said I'm happy from the north. Yeah. Because we don't have more of north. Yeah.
Don't worry, we have plenty. You guys bullied him away now. You bullied Jafar away.
No, I didn't. Yeah. Jafar is a knowledgeable person, very intelligent. We never bullied him. I never bullied him personally.
All right, carry on.
To Q.
Put your question to Q, yeah.
Yeah, Q, I'll just ask you, are you happy with what Buhari government is doing now? Are you totally agree with the administration, how Buhari is governing the state now? Thank you. Is Q there?
I am here, Tom.
Yes. Just answer my question, please.
Yes, I am surprised actually you asked this question. Perhaps you didn't get what I said earlier. I said
you already answered that question before.
I said earlier that no one who is working in this government that has any form of credibility after what happened before the NSAS, before 20th, before the calamity of the 20th or the NSAS event. What happened was people, thugs were sent to the street to attack and chase. I mean, this is the most despicable thing I've ever seen. You cannot imagine. And they were on the street. The police was there. People were there, were looking. People were running for their lives. Wuse too in Abuja. That anyone
it happened in Lagos too.
Ideally, nobody is supposed. Anyone who continues. That is why I have no respect for anyone who continues to work with this government. From that day, ideally, any honorable person supposed to tender his resignation in protest as to what happened, because that was not only wrong, that was I mean, that's the height of criminality. Because I watched the videos and it's really sad. You need to see the kind of
so what were you expecting people to resign? Criminality was taking place. The police did not.
Listen. Ideally, when you are part of a system and you realize that system lacks some form of it has no it pays no attention to the consequences of its responsibility. In other words, whatever it is assigned to do, it not only does it go ahead to do it, but if you don't do it, there are consequences for that. People went on the street to protest.
But it's the police chief that should be made to come and account for what happened.
Okay, when the police chief and the police chief did not do that, as a member of the cabinet, ideally what you're supposed to do is to ask this question. Look, I am part of this system. Chinua Achebe, let me tell you this. Chinua Achebe, Obasanjo invited Chinua Achebe for an award, but in protest, he said no, he's not interested because of what Obasanjo did. So what I'm saying is that
okay, let me ask you a question, Q. If a pickpocket picks a pocket in Dugbe Market in Ibadan, should the cabinet resign in government?
Well, these are two different things.
Are they not two criminal acts?
This one, it was clear. You have an evidence. Perhaps someone does not know the pickpocketer in Ibadan or so. No one has an idea, and you find it very difficult to prove. But what I'm saying is that you see this is glaring. In protest, ideally, you should let the government know, as a member of that cabinet, that you just cannot allow this thing to happen. You just, because it is so clear.
No. Two opposing political factions, they clashed on the streets of Abuja.
No, it was not a political function. Excuse me, this is not a political function. These talks were brought in.
How do you know that? That is your speculation. That is your speculation.
I was about to say that. I watched an interview that was on Channels TV. What I'm telling you,
I saw that too.
Sunrise in the morning. He was a former DSS officer, and he said it by himself. That is what makes it more incriminating. He said the person who brought the talks is works with one of the senators in the Senate. Can you imagine that? They are fine. So what I'm saying is that, sometimes I find it very difficult to understand how people connect things. But this is very clear. This should warrant honorable members within the cabinet to say, no, I cannot take this any longer because the facts are just so bare. They are there before us.
No, that's your speculation. That's your speculation. You cannot say because a crime happened that the cabinet should resign now.
I'll give you an example. Resignation happened in Nigeria during the military era. A man called Chiroma Liman from Yobe State. He was in charge of civil service. IBB, Babangida, who was the president then, in a cabinet meeting, came out and said, no, we are going to have directors instead of permanent secretary. And he told him, Mr. President, no, you cannot do that because the civil service is well structured. And Babangida said, no, because there are a lot of people from the south, from the east, from the west, and the whole north who are interested in this position. Most of them will retire and they will not be able to get to that position. He said, but that is how the civil service is structured. The next morning, what happened? He tendered his resignation. It was in the news. He tendered his resignation. So what I'm saying is that there are people who can do that. And there are people just because they want to butter their bread, in my opinion, that's what I think. They cannot afford to. They cannot.
All right. Hold your position.
They were not paying him well anyway.
Hold on. I want to bring something to that space. We are talking about integrity space in Nigeria. And this was a story that came about 2-3 days ago. I wanted to do it, but I didn't get around to doing it. So we're talking about integrity and people taking a principled position. So listen to this. A Nigerian family fulfills their father's dying wish to refund 11 million naira unearned salary, tender apology to Yobe State government. So this is what this guy did. So let me just say, can you still hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. What did you say?
No, hold on. It looks as though this thing has frozen. But it's essentially this chap, he was a functionary in Yobe State. Let me just say, my screen has frozen on that particular. Hold on. I really want to bring. I think I've got it now.
You're good.
Okay. So here this. A Nigerian family in Yobe State has fulfilled their late father Baba Aji Maman's order to refund his unearned salaries to the state. According to an advertorial published by the family on Daily Trust, their father worked as a staff of the Rural Electrification Board in Damaturu, Yobe State. Because of his age, health condition, and other factors, he only went to work twice or three times a week, as against the 5 times he was expected to work. Before his death on March the 28th, 2020, he instructed his family to calculate the salaries paid to him for the days he wasn't at work and refund the money. By their calculation, the unearned salary for 11 years came to 11 million. The family has now raised the money, which was then paid to the state government account, and also apologized for his conduct. So, what are you making of that? To you, Q, and yeah,
you see, we don't have a good image as a nation. You know, Nigeria, we don't have a good image as a nation. And indeed, there is no country that has a perfect image. Each country has its own challenges here and there. But one thing is certain, there are people all over the country, you know, in every part of the country, that I strongly believe are people of good moral standing. And they are people who are just totally different from the norm, what we are used to in the country. There are people who regret what they have done in the past and they decide to make amends. But as I said earlier, we still have people of moral rectitude.
No, that somewhat impressed me when I saw it. That was for 3 days ago. I saw that story.
One man, you can't call that moral listening, man. Maybe that man just wants to make sure he make it to heaven and have his 72 virgins. Maybe that's the reason why he gave it.
You know,
so you can't really say what did he wait when he was dying. He enjoyed the money until the day he was dying. I'm no longer going to be here.
Like that.
On the other side, I need to make it to heaven.
Hold on, Mike. That guy, he did not corruptly take that money. You have to understand, and he was ill and could only attend work 3 times a week. You know, but he, in his conscience, felt that he did not justify his wages. But he was going to work and he was being paid for his job. So in any other space, nobody will give that money back because you did not choose not to go to work. You were not at work as a result of ill health. But he still elevates his own morality to the point that he felt that the 2 days that he was off ill for health does not justify the pay. And the family had to raise the money. So it wasn't as though they were wealthy. So they had to raise the money in order to
were his employers aware that he was missing days? He was missing...
Well, they would know. They would know now. Why would they not know?
Oh, so they were paying him
on health reasons.
So it was something they agreed upon. I mean,
well, you know, he was being paid, but he was not absent for laziness or whatever, but for health reasons, which is a justifiable reason not to be
I thought maybe he was keeping work secretly. That's what I thought it was. And
no. So that struck me because we were saying that there's no moral fiber within the Nigerian space, but there is moral. Yeah.
There is.
You see, as for me, my position in this case is this: you have, a condition of service, and when you are employed by the government, there is condition of service.
Right.
If you are sick, they can retire you on medical ground, and they pay you to go and take care of yourself. As long as he was not retired on medical ground, and he was still working, he was not working. He did not purposefully decide, to stay away from work. It is on health ground. I do not know how they structured their medical and condition of service while he was working there. But as long as he was sick, he's supposed to be medevaced and pay off. So as long as he was working, I don't see the reason why he should return this money.
Yes, but he felt, some people, they're so principled that even for something to be slightly Atos Q, it jars their senses. And I suspect that this character, no, I won't even call him a character, I'll call him a gentleman. I suspect that this gentleman is one of those high morality sort of a person, to ask his family to go and be selling assets to ease his conscience. So that struck me.
So which means all the money he used to treat himself was from his pocket now.
Oh, but I don't know. It didn't go into that detail. But what they wanted to highlight was that this was what this guy did.
Moral standard.
Yeah. So go on.
Yeah, I think there are still few people like that. Q made the reference to someone in Babangida days too. But I just think right now a lot of people are too corrupt. Most normal citizens of Nigeria too are even looking for easy means. The mentality is crazy. So they are more corrupt now back than the days, but I still think there are still few people. But it's even now hard if you have a man of principle in the midst of a lot of corrupt people to exhibit your moralness, and it's always tough sometimes too.
So do you think you're part of those moral few then, D, you that you are running from one hotel room to the other?
I'm doing my work. I'm not...
Look at this guy.
I'm doing my job.
Look at this guy. I'm watching you. I'm watching you. All right.
It's the nature of my job, you know.
I know. I'm only pulling your legs, and I'm sure you know that. Thank you for that. So let me take Q. Let me take you to this space, Q. So it looks as though campaign has taken full-fledged now, full flight, and Tinubu somewhat unveiling his manifesto bit by bit. So what I will do if I am elected politician is the headline, and what Tinubu promises, it says these are his words. It says your children's West African examination fees will be paid by us, so that no one, no matter how poor, will be left behind. So free education, essentially, that our East mantra is what Tinubu is opening as a salvo to the political space. So what are you making of that? Ajale Koko was asking him that he should have costed it, but what are you making of that ideological thrust of the Tinubu train?
Well, it's kind of, as you said, there's some form of similarities with Awolowo's trend, but there are two different things. This is just to pay for a final year examination, while in Awolowo's case it was to pay for school itself, for the number of years you're going to spend. So Awolowo, when he was in charge, 1/3 of the budget was totally for education. 1/3 of it was for education. That's how huge it was. Now, in this case, it's just for the examination. And all this while, governors do pay in the country. But I am personally, I'm against it. It just does not make sense. If you want to pay for children's education, don't pay for the examinations. Pay for the number of years that they are going to spend in the school. That is way better. The parents pay way more than what you end up paying for the examination. If you really want to help the parents, what you're going to do is, okay, I'm going to take charge of the number of years your children are going to stay in school, primary school, secondary school, and all that. And then the examinations, you take care of it. How much is the payment? How much is the cost for the total? How much is the cost for the final year examination? It's not that much when you compare to the number of years that the parents bear the burden. So it's not that. There are two different things. While in Awolowo's case, he took the burden of the education totally. So there are two different things. But well, as you said, it's a manifesto. It's part of the things that he wants to use to campaign. So I think it's going to be an interesting one. The political year clearly is going to be an interesting one.
All right. Thank you, Q. So thank you, Q. So I'll seek to start to round off here, but thank you, Q. You took the hot seat a little bit today, but I don't think anybody was especially. I think it was quite a good exchange. So thank you for that. So I will seek to start to round off here, and I'll start from D to land on Q. That's just a funny one. Start on D to land on Q. So I'll start with you, D, and then I'll just rattle through. So D to you. D. Oh, can anyone hear me? D. Have I been kicked
We
off?
can hear you. We can hear you.
Oh, all right. I don't think we have D. Do we
I'm
have
back.
you? No, I was seeking to start to round off, and I was inviting your final comments.
Oh yeah. I think it all still boils down to having people with integrity, people with moral values to be our leaders. Then to round it up, I would say on this platform, I've noticed sometimes a lot of people just come without fact, like you said. We need to talk to facts, and you can't base what you read online or anywhere. You could have gotten online from anywhere. I could post something now, and you can read it anywhere. It doesn't mean it's true. So you can't base your fact and argue with people blindly based on what you read online sometimes. So let's listen to each other. Sometimes you might make a point and people might tell you it's wrong. We are all here to learn from each other. People might tell you it's wrong. Try to listen to their point why it's wrong than trying to defend yourself and everything becomes rowdy. It is sad. My 4-year-old daughter came out while we were talking.
Yeah, I heard.
I now muted the thing. Then at some point, everybody was talking. Then she said, "Who are these people?" I said, "They are my friends." Say, "Why are they all talking? Can anybody even hear each other?" She's a 4 years old. And so I just thought to myself, imagine, so I think we need to work on that too and not see everybody's point as a fighting point. Like it's not do or die. We are just here to learn from each other. Some people have the fact, some people have what they read from internet. We are here to enlighten each other. And there is a lot of viewers listening to us too. We don't want to portray ourselves as nuisance and start arguing up and down. Sometimes we all need to chill and just listen to what what man is saying at some point, because when it's too rowdy, sometimes it's quite crazy, to be honest. Thank you, everyone. Everybody watching, please try, like, follow, share, and have a good night, guys.
All right, thank you, D. It's Radio Biafra, isn't it? These chaps, they go and they get indoctrinated in that space. They don't, and we know that everything they say in Radio Biafra is nothing to do with fact, just made up nonsense. They indoctrinate them there, and then these people then go around the whole of social media, thumping at the, no. So, Vin, not especially you, but your comments. So, Vin, here in Ghana.
Yeah, well, man, thank you. I would like to, make my point in a manner that I think we are all grown-ups here. When we come out here to make statements, we have to use civilized words. You don't have to come here and speak arrogantly and, put people's reputation on the floor. So that is what I have to say. If you have never like this video and share it. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Vin. So that's Vin, a voice that we all know and love. Another voice that we're equally enamored by, the mighty Professor Data. Oh, Prof, we've not heard much from you today, Prof.
Yeah, it's true, but there's some situations like this. I don't want to bump myself in. So I think this rounding off comment.
Essentially, yes.
Okay.
But you can take the space to speak as you will.
Okay. Yeah. What I will simply say, I know. Okay. I remember you. I think was it today you mentioned something like Tinubu and his political
yes, he was saying he will pay for people's WAEC, and Ajale Koko was saying he did not cost it even, so it's just empty talk. And Q was saying it's a ruse because people have to pay for an education before they get to WAEC. So yes, that was what that conversation was.
That man. Okay. You see, that his idea is simple. I just see it like him. You know what they do to kids when they're small? I remember when I've heard this story and it happens. A kid maybe, this tire in Nigeria, just moving around the tire. Some big men or some people, when they look at that tire and see the worth of the tire, they may go and give that kid, buy him maybe puff, mineral, and take that tire. That's what Tinubu is doing in that WAEC stuff. He may offer them WAEC free of charge, but at the end of the day, he'll be tapping and sapping them dry. That's what I'm seeing that Tinubu do. That if a man like that, as I learned within that Lagos state space, after he had ruled, he's still controlling the economy of that state outside, in a state of not being the governor. Then that shows what a kind of man he is. He's just interested in that kind of investor. If this man has no guts to even apologize for the killing of that Lekki toll gate, I don't know what kind of sense is that man. He's not needed.
What will be the basis for that apology?
See, as far as I'm concerned, that man is responsible for that killing. Yes, he may not have
How about fear God now? Fear God
I
now,
know
bro.
now. Like, it's not a matter of fear God. I'm saying
how?
with more than enough confidence.
This is what we talked about before.
Hold on, Solly. Hold on, Solly.
Okay.
How? You said something quite controversial.
Where
So
I beg
how is it?
this man, it was after this High Commission, British Commission, the woman, I can't remember her name.
Katrina Liang.
After meeting that man today, either the next day or 2 days later, people were killed in that Lekki toll gate.
2 days later, so that makes him responsible. That makes him responsible.
So no, yes, see, I have not heard that man say anything about that
now,
bro. Like in form of apology. But what?
How is it? He's not Babangida. He's not Buhari. Hold on. Can you hold on, Solly, please? It's not Buhari. It's not Sanwo-Olu. He is essentially, you say he's a powerful figure, but nevertheless.
Strongly, see, I will say this and say that I may not have that great point. Sometimes one will make a statement, but with time you'll be able to gather his point. He has a hand there. The governor, to me, one word or other, was aware of that. Forget what his will I call it? My dear, let me not talk much about that.
You see, even you cannot fully calibrate it in your
I agree. I'm saying it, but such instances do happen. But you see that man, I'm going to use some set of words to describe that man. I'll use this set of words which one-time governor of Anambra State used against pensioners. He said pensioners are dead wood. I just see, sorry, it may look insultive, but in this state of anarchy going on in this country, that man stepping out to say he wants to contest with his age, with his decline.
How old is he?
I can call him dead wood. He has nothing to offer.
How old is he?
I don't know. But I've heard.
So what do you tell me with his age?
That man looking at his age, that man don't old though. This man was an old man during Abacha regime. Before he was popular. That man should just go and pack. Sometimes when I see these individuals, it's just like I feel like caging all of them and locking them up one place. Because if these people are not stopped, like what Ajay Koko was saying, if these people are not stopped, they will continue coming out. One way or the other, they should go and pack and rest. Then again, I'm going to say something concerning Nnamdi Kanu's matter and the compensation. You see, I keep saying it. I don't care what anybody says. That Nnamdi Kanu should be compensated and consoled. That 1 billion naira is nothing. Even though I know the Nigerian government, they flout.
That's $1.7 million. $1.7 million is
something,
nothing.
but it's not what happened to him losing, because that was what led to his parents' demise. there were other people that were also killed. And if you listen to Nnamdi Kanu mention that, I may be laughing, but some people may not like what he keeps saying his dog was killed. That shows that his dog was very dear to him. No, the man lost something very dear to him during that attack. So, the government, and again, the government of Nigeria, this time they think well. I keep saying it. Their problem is they think everything is trying to shut people up. No, it's not going to happen. Then before I think these are my last set of words. The aspect of Shure, you can say he's nosy. You understand? Always anytime in Nnamdi Kanu, that has anything that has to do with his court, he appears. You don't blame the man. One, I see him is exercising his human rights, space. Two, you don't blame him. The man is trying to seek attention. Some people may not agree with. In a way, he's trying to seek attention, but all the same, I don't see anything that greatly wrong. The government should think wise. He said, talks were arranged against him. I think that was that. Okay, Nigeria is already in a new day. That was yesterday. I'm not doubting what he said. I know
Why
I'm
not? Why not? Why not? Why are you not doubting it?
This government, this is what they keep doing.
Because they aligns with their politics, Abi. For
No,
that to be the case.
It's just like Oshomole when he was the NLC man. If you remember, he kept saying that the government were against that. Most of the time when he's moving, people continue trailing him. You understand? The only difference in that matter of Shure, then maybe he was trailed. This time around, we all know Shure had been attacked, not once, not twice. So that's his case. Then in general, my words for the people in Nigeria is this. I know, yes, you can say we're outside the country, yes. I wish them the best. If they can find a way and come out of that place. I don't believe. You see that place? I remember somebody described it. The person said that Nnamdi Kanu saying that the zoo is small. That's better. That place is called Animal Kingdom. That is what's going on there. A strife series of survival for the fittest. That is what's going on that place. Anyone can find a way and come out, let them come out. But again, in these elections, you see such old cargoes like. I'll borrow the words of Maegu Tinubu. No, that man, we don't need that man. I can't. Paying for WAEC is nothing. This is what these politicians used to deceive people. This is what they used to deceive people. They should, honestly speaking, I know poverty is the weapon they're using mainly to gain their way. It's poverty, nothing else. That's the main. And again, most of them have the way to rig. But for Tinubu to vie for presidency, I can never support him. And again, you see that party APC. I keep saying my own brother, my dad will come out for that party. I will never ever vote for him. APC, nothing on earth will make me vote for that party. You may call it hatred. This is a party that has kept Nigeria as the economy as it is, declining, killing, decline. A chief judge will be, his house will be ransacked, everything going on, and these Fulani headsmen, nothing much has been done to them. No single arrest, nothing much. So I just pray. I know one day something will happen. They have been doing these things and they're getting away.
It go better, Abi.
I believe so. But honestly, what's going on in that nation is just painful.
What does Ikene Delechukwu mean? What does that mean? What's Ikene
I think Ikenechukwu.
Yeah.
Ikenechukwu is you're thanking God. To thank God. Let me use the word to thank God.
That used to be on all of those, those eastern trucks back in the day where they are traveling from Lagos to the east. Is Ikene Delechukwu.
No, it's Ekene Delechukwu that's on it. They're two different words, but they mean the same thing. Ekene Delechukwu means thanking God. Ikene is to thank God. They're almost the same thing, you understand?
All right.
But I know it's Ekene Delechukwu. The man is late now. Something he loaded. He's late.
All right. So you go better. So thank you, Prof. You go better. I think we can all agree on that prayer because we
Yeah,
cannot.
that's
You
not
cannot get anybody.
everybody's wish, but the best way, I keep saying it, let this country disintegrate. No two ways about it. That's the best thing that will help. And the government should allow referendum to go on. Let the I don't see if why. Okay,
But the country is not calling for a referendum now. The country
they
is not
don't
calling.
want it. The leaders don't want to put it rolling. Let them
No, but the country itself is not calling for a referendum.
I agree. It's people that are calling for it. Some set of people.
No, it's the East that is calling for a referendum. No
Yes.
other part of the country is calling for
let
it.
it be. Yeah. Why is being done? Because that's the like a kind of civil way to get what they want. That is the simple thing. They're doing a civil way, which is the right way. So you don't blame us in the East that are calling for it. Because it's a pity on this show. Some set of people would say we have not been managed. I remember the question. I can't remember, is that Vin or what? He asked someone, mentioned 3 things. Okay, money was borrowed, you mapped out projects, you left the Southeast. No, these are things, so I'm not saying that we're the most marginalized, but someone says we were not marginalized. I don't think the person is fair on that matter. The person is not fair. I don't believe that. Because that's another problem in the nation. If people can sit down and be more credible, and make analysis that are much more objective, I think there will be some kind of even forward movement. But in a case where some people don't care, Bishop Kuka keeps saying till they apologize to Igbos. I've forgotten here how the statement, but in the summary, what he's like saying is till they apologize to the Igbos. This nation won't move forward. And there's truth in what he said. There's truth. So you see these old cargoes, please, my prayer, you guys at home, see what happened in my state, Anambra. It wasn't easy. I know, apart from the God factor in Anambra, I thank God for that, because most of our elections, the people we have voted for have emerged. You understand? I wish that could be translated in other parts of the nation. At least, let things start from there. Because it's when all these evil entities step their legs into, able to get to the seat, they'll be able to, plunder the people. But if, most of them are unable to get into seat, things won't be that bad. Things won't be that bad. People should think twice. They should try their best. Stop taking this Jacob porridge they give you in terms of 5,000.
All right,
Okay,
Voltron and all that. So people were
whatever
waiting for you
it
to
is,
say
whatever
Voltron.
it is, Voltron, whatever. I have spoken, and I want people. I wish people would, buy my words.
All right, thank you, Prof. Always a delight. Prof, as ever, a steady voice, but he never yields in his position. He's just consistent. So at least you know where Prof stands. So thank you, Prof. Always a delight to hear from you. So, Prof, we go to Solly. Solly, to you. Solly.
Yeah. Hello. Yes. Has anyone ever thought that maybe this insurgency is just allowed by this government so that the next government can come in as a savior? Because we keep hearing the military saying this is something that can be wiped out in 1 week, 1 month. Is this like a plan or a strategy to hand over power and the next person will come in as a savior? This is a possibility. And secondly, I think we all know that when one man is talking, he comes in straight with facts, and I've noticed most people, they come here with their emotions, and that leads them to start talking without facts. And you may say, or you may be thinking that you are not influencing us. I just believe that if you are saying something freely from your mind, your opinion, you should be able to let us know that this is your opinion. It feels somehow making your opinion like a fact. You are somehow altering our view and our perspective. I prefer to hear factual facts. Even when I came in, I was saying, oh, they were marginalized, and I was asked, oh, how are they marginalized? And I couldn't even mention one thing. Nothing came to my mind. You know, this is influence over a long period of propaganda. And when you are faced with facts, you are mute. Or some people here will get angry and they just want to talk over everyone. Please, let's keep facts factual. And I'm not saying you should not say your opinion, but if you are saying your opinion, let us know that it is your opinion or what you heard or what you heard someone say to you. You know, that's just all I have to say.
All right, thank you, Solly. Always a delight. So Solly now establishing as a regular voice in the space, a voice that is already fully established as a regular one. Tony, your words.
Yes, Tony. Sir. Yeah. Thanks a lot, man. So thank you, Mr. Q. So I just want to say that I did not hate the Fulani people. Until recently, I was always saying, what will be Nigeria without Suya? You know, I used to love Suya, but until recently, then we have to say, okay, we'll give it up. So that I share your opinion that we should use any violence. We should look for a way to separate our country, which is very good. Then on the Fulani question, Fulanis are very nice people. All the Fulani that I know outside Nigeria are the best set of people that I ever come across with, especially here in Germany. So because they answer African names, like they answer Dialu, they answer all those kind of Jadama, all those kind, just like our people. So, but what is happening in the north is that you people should start to change your names to African name. Drop this your Arab, Arab ideologies, religious ideology, and the culture. Then you can be able to work with us. Why who is laughing there? So I'm talking serious because one man said we shouldn't be using foul language here or whatever. So and then we have to be very friendly. So that's what I meant by say, okay, let me ask a very funny question. Very friendly question. So, Mr. Q, at least now with your generation, your age group, tell them that whenever you have a child, look for Hausa name or whatever name that you can give, an African name. You can borrow some names from our place, no problem. So that you can be able to think positive, because this Arab culture is driving you guys to where you will not like. Okay, so but meanwhile, there's no going back. I love your style. We have to work together to separate the country so everybody can go his or her way. Okay, thank you very much, sir. The one man, I hope that people have thumb up. I'll be monitoring. I'll be checking the rate since. I hope that everything's okay now, because I can't just go back now. Better, I already thumb up with my two phones. You know what I'm saying? Thank you very much, one man, for giving me the opportunity. It's a big pleasure. Okay, I really, God bless you, and then God should give you strength for coming out twice daily. You know what I'm saying? Thank you very much, sir. Everybody,
right.
Good night.
All right, thank you, Tony. So Tony sleep well. If I didn't stop him, he wouldn't stop. That's Tony for you. Then that's why we love him. So to another voice, a regular staple, Thomas, your words.
One man, I'm not really happy tonight. It's a little bit rowdy, and even you cannot even take everyone to the talking point, which is not really good. I will just advise you, please, should take everyone to the topic, not like some people being overshadow everyone here, because I've been here for quite hours now. You didn't take me to any talking point. I know the section comes as it flows, it came, but at least let everybody have their opinion to share with everybody. Thank you, one man. May God bless everyone. Bye.
All right. Thank you, Tony. But Thomas, rather. But as you said, the thing takes on a life of its own. You said you have to understand the difficulty sometimes. So I sit in the middle. I want people to have free speech. But then that free speech, everybody exercise it at the same time. So then you have four voices turning, and then I'm having to try to override that voice to quieten it down, and then
I understand,
I'm having to be the bad guy. But then the conversation seems compelling, so I have to let it flow. So I'm just constantly trying to strike the balance. So sometimes we don't, in fact, it's getting increasingly that we don't get to do the circles around the talking points. But because people interject all the way through, you pretty much get a broad feel of people's opinion. So it's a vox pop, by the way. It's a snapshot. You see, it's a sonnet, not a prose. It's just a little poem, not a full-blown novel. So nobody wants a full expansion of a full narrative, just a snapshot of opinions. So a vox pop. But I thank you, Thomas.
Because I have a lot to say about the topic, but we can't do anything now.
Well,
See
there
you
you are.
later. See you later.
All right, thank you. So that's Thomas. So from Thomas we go to Ejiro. Ejiro, to you.
Yeah, one man. Thank you very much. It's been an interesting section. My closing remarks, I'll just go straight. I'll close with Tinubu. Tinubu, like I said in the section, he has been nursing this ambition of becoming the president, so he's going to throw everything in the ring. But my issue with Tinubu is that he has too many baggages, that he's coming with. His head is there, corrupt, is another aspect, and his age as well, So all these things are few of the things that that is hanging on him, that he really needs to look into, For me, I would think, what's the point for him running in a wrong track? Speed is useless, because the speed is going with. If care is not taken, it's gonna crash land, So the problem is this. The point is this. The point is that Africa never allowed the right people to rule them. If Awolowo had been allowed to rule Nigeria by now, it would be competing with China by now, So what people should be looking at in that country at the moment is restructuring and bet a new constitution. I think that is our major concern for now, So on this note, I say good day, everyone, and keep well. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you, Ejiro. So always a delight to hear from you. So from Ejiro, we go on to Mike. Mike, why have you come as IPOB? You just want to provoke people, don't you? You never stop. But that's Mike for you.
IPOB just won $1 billion. You don't want to associate with them? Maybe they might cut me a share now. $1 billion. That's a lot of money now. Well, anyway, this is my closing point.
Do you think Kanu will try to take a second wife off the back of this new windfall? He's going to go and take a.
No,
you know how he loves babes. You know how that guy loves women.
No, I don't believe in polygamy, man. That thing is very destructive, Side chicks is okay.
Why can you be an African and not believe in polygamy?
Yeah, it's my grandpapa married his wife. The thing is, you can't contribute to society, to the world, if you have too many wives, man. Like, too many people, you can't contribute. Like me, I want to contribute to the world, to society. If I start having 2-3 wives, you won't be able to do that, man. You won't be able to do that, and that's what killed most of our fathers and our kings, our traditional rulers too. They can't really do too much of their work that they can do because they have too many wives, man. It occupies your time. There's pleasure in it, but sometimes you have to pay between pleasure and progress. So that's why I don't want to do it. But anyway, right. Let me get to the point. There's the history always repeat itself, man. You see this Kanu case here, it just mirrors the Ojukwu case, because there was a time where Ojukwu was in a position where Kanu is today, where he was like the most wanted man by the Nigerian government to come and face treason charge for the Biafran war. And they got to a point where the elders in IGBOLAND had to use a political solution, to convince the government to take political solution. So the problem, the government to take political routes. Now the government had a choice to carry on with the treason charge or take the political route, but they decide, okay, let's do the political route. Now, what's going to happen with Kanu's case? I think it's going to be exactly the same thing. I think, obviously, the evidence is there that the guy, he committed treason, man. So, what's going to happen? I think he's going to be found guilty of the treason, and then the elders of the IGBOLAND will come and try to negotiate. They're trying to negotiate the government to take the political solution, to political route, and not give him a sentence. Now, to me, I would want to see that, okay, political route is the easier way, because giving him a death sentence and things like that, we really hurt a lot of people's feelings, and you really have supporters, their own, you hurt their feelings and things like that. But on the other hand, if we look at it, you say, but when they give Ojukwu the political, he took a political route, Ojukwu, what did he do after that? This guy went and created even more monsters, man. This guy went and in the background to brainwash an entire generation. They even created Nnamdi Kanu. They created the Nnamdi Kanu today. Because obviously the brainwashing of Ojukwu did to Kanu is what made Kanu the person he is today, with the very hateful person that he is today. So I think the government have to, I'm not saying if they're going to take a political route, they need to do a lot of other things to make sure the history does not repeat itself. Because if they allow the Ojukwu situation to play out again, because the next monster will rise eventually after Kanu, and this one will be probably more deadlier. So I think government needs to do some study and some extensive steps to make sure they make the right decision, And then another history lesson the people need to learn is people like Showore and all these foolish Yorubas. They don't know, they don't read history. They don't I can't say Showore doesn't read history, but I think it's someone that's refusing to learn from history. You putting your nose in IPOB business. Somebody named Victor Banjo did it in the past. Putting his nose in what's no consigner. You go join Biafra. Johnny Ojukwu saying Ojukwu are my friend. Oh, me, we are friends, we are family. You went and joined Biafran army. At the end of the day, the same Biafran soldier, they kill him. Ojukwu killed the guy. And not only did Ojukwu kill him, Ojukwu didn't give the man a chance to live. They won't give his own side of the story. Till today, Ojukwu used propaganda to convince Igbo people that it was Banjo that sabotaged their Biafran war. That is Yoruba people that caused them Biafran war because Banjo sabotaged them. So these people that don't want to learn from history, they keep doing Omoluabi. I'm a good Yoruba man. We're Igbo brothers. So I'm not saying hate Igbos. I'm just saying mind your business. Let Igbo people do their thing. You do your thing. Stop, because now if you're right now, God knows they might kill him and accuse him of the one that sold Kanu or the one that sold their sabotage their Biafran, and then they will start teaching their next generation that was Yoruba people that sabotage them again. Oh, these Yorubas are traitors. They are this and that. And my own grandchildren will start dealing with that rubbish I'm dealing with today. Because me, I wasn't born during Biafran war, during Victor Banjo time.
So I just settle down, Mike. You don't do. Just
but
settle
one man,
down.
I'm just telling you facts, man.
No,
the truth hurts, but it's the truth. It's a fact.
No, don't come and attack people.
It's not attack. It's what happened in history. Today, when I go a few months ago, I went to play football with some Eagles, and they were calling me a Yoruba traitor, Yoruba master. I'm like, I wasn't born.
They were not.
I'm not. I'm serious, man. I'm not saying all Igbos do it. But
they were not. You're not the one. We all know Igbo people. I've never come across an Igbo person that's ever called me a Yoruba anything.
One man, are you serious? And you maybe you grew up when in Lagos. You don't see that off that much, but travel to the east or come to Igbo populated place where I live now, where most of them are live here. Come straight from the east. That's what they break. That's what they teach them now. That Yorubas. That I'm telling you, man. Even in America, they are teaching their children that we the Yoruba tribe, we are the one that betrayed them, that they lost the war. And when you ask them how, they will start referencing one individual. Banjo sold them out during the war. Awolowo was betrayed, promised that Yoruba was going to fight with them, and then he backed out and turned around and go and join. They will just give them rubbish stories and all these things. And that's why I'm saying, that's why I get mad when I see these Yorubas that go and be putting their nose in their business. Just stay away from their business so they don't have to blame you. Because right now, people like Ijo, they don't have to deal with that kind of stuff. Because those ones just mind their business. Calabar people mind their business. Kogi people, Gala, they mind their business. But only Yoruba know they mind their business. They'll start blaming you for their failure later on. Anyway, yeah.
All right. Thank you, Mike. Always ever controversial, but that's Mike for you. So thank you, Mike. So the final word then, in the absence of Ajanle Koko to Q, filling big shoes, but I'm sure you're up to it. At the final word, Q.
Okay, thank you for having me. It's an interesting discourse, interesting conversation. They've all made their point, and they are all valid in their own respect. We have so many things to talk about as a nation, actually. We are all we just woke up and saw ourselves as Nigerians. No one ever asked to be born a Nigerian. No one ever asked to be born into the tribe that he or she belongs to. It's important people take that into account. No one had any idea that he or she will be born and will be born in a particular tribe or a particular region, or in fact, a particular country where we all belong. Now, as I said earlier, what I only disagree with is when people involve violence into their agitation. You can go ahead and protest, you can go ahead and make a request that you no longer want to be part of a country. That is fine. Mobilize people, come up with it, and before you know it, you realize that you will win people over and you have your own independent country. I strongly believe that people can have their own country as they like, but including violence into your agitation is what will definitely take out your it will definitely diminish the request that you it will definitely diminish the agitation and the validity itself, in presence of in public opinion. So I think anyone who is interested in that should take that into account. That is very important. Another thing is this administration, as we know, there will be an election and a new president will be elected, including governors and things like that. Now, the Southeast and other regions as well, but in particular the Southeast, that it has been agitating, it no longer wants to be part of this country. This should serve as an important moment that they can use to ensure that those who are really interested in an independent nation separate from Nigeria are voted in. Now, when they vote them in, they can begin to reach out to those who will have their own interest, and before you know it, I strongly believe that is achievable peacefully. I strongly believe that. First thing you're supposed to do, I think, from your councillors to your chairman, your legislators in the state, your legislators in Abuja, and your governors, all of them should be those who are interested in an independent entity, whatever it is you want to call it. Go ahead, vote for them. And hopefully once you get all of them in all the states, and then you begin to reach out to other states, believe you me. So I wish you all the best. If that is what they want, I wish them all the best. And to the rest of the country, this also should serve as an opportunity to vote for people that we know are credible. We vote for people that we know will really and truly represent us, those who will pursue our interest in our own best interest. Every community, a ward or local government, the people, if they don't lie to themselves, they know those who are of good character, those who are credible and capable, those who will truly represent them and will make sure that they deliver on their behalf. So if people can come together and present candidates who are going to represent their interests, I think the country will go places. For long, the country has been in a terrible state, and it still is. There's a complete disconnect between those who are leading the country and the followers. People, the leaders are insensitive to the pain and sufferings of the people. They are insensitive. They are insensitive, and that should be something that people should really, really use in voting for people. Look at it. They are working towards taking out the fuel subsidy, and that is one of the worst, in my opinion. I strongly believe is going to be the worst economic policy that will definitely make things not only hard, but at the end of the day, even those who earn 50,000 or 100,000, you will not be able to achieve anything with it. So this is something that people really need to take into account, voting for people who will truly represent you. Coming up with some neoliberal policies that were applied in other countries around the world to think it will work in Nigeria. No, it will not. The reason why it will not, just like other developing nations, Nigeria is one. We have a huge population that are not only jobless, but they are poor. People find it very difficult to survive. So people should take all that into account and ensure that the right important decisions are taken, and it is something that can be done. Mobilization in the word count in the word, mobilization in the local government. People can go ahead and do that. So that is it pretty much. I wish everyone will have a good night. And thank you again, One Man, for hosting this session.
Oh, all right. Thank you, Q. So,
sorry. One more thing, Tom made a suggestion about contributions and things like that, and I thought about it as well. I think if maybe you can devise a means of allowing everyone who is on the platform to have a say for like a minute. If there's interjection, all those who are there can interject, can come up with their own comment or opposing views within a minute, and he can give a rebuttal or accept whatever it is they say. So you have 2-3 minutes that one can round up a whole topic. I think that will work.
All right.
Make it interesting as well.
All right. I'll certainly give that consideration. So that is Q. One of the stronger voices now that we are having to welcome into the space. So that's Q, who articulates it in a very intelligent manner. So that intelligence doesn't need any expansion on. It's been a funny sort of section, so somewhat rowdy in instances, but nevertheless we brought it home. So we leave it there. Carry the conversation in the comment section, but here I say peace.